Okay. So, we started off last session immediately after you had defeated Warlord Grimlim at the peak of the cliffside where he and his commanding his armies. Velum and Liska dismantled the totem of the Goblin King and the great signal tower that was directing his forces. You still hearing me?
Yep.
Okay.
We're just letting you do the recap.
You had a short rest during which you gathered a number of curious items, specifically the shield and the double-headed flail of Grimlim. The flail was a dwarf bane weapon, which burned Arngrim immediately upon touch. A cruel irony that this type of weapon was forged in response to the greenbane weaponry first created during the end of the Greenskin Wars many centuries ago. You also found a number of charcoal scribbled letters on cured leathers in Grimlim's command tent, which most of which you were unable to read. The lettering, similar to the scribblings written on the Blightfog recipes you once found among a cave of goblins all those many months ago. As the goblin forces fled the battle, you ventured down the trail to view the aftermath, with Grunker saving Liska's direbear from the edge of death in the process. You saw the devastation the battle had caused, a Pyrrhic victory to be sure. As the dead were gathered, Arngrim spoke to his kin. And Arngrim, Arngrim spoke out to his fellow kin, standing atop the steam hammer and holding aloft the dwarfbane flail in his burning hand in the midst of the rain, invoking almost messianic imagery. As he pleaded with his brethren to gather the goblins, so that he might forge them weapons to defend themselves against the greenskins. A moment and a scene likely to be remembered throughout history. The goblins were gathered, and he siphoned their blood into a single iron ingot, grudge steel. The first ingot of its kind created in centuries. There he made an oath to himself, to the severed head of Grimlim, that he would wipe Mayland of all greenskins. Elsewhere, Liska discovered her fallen militiamen. Streamweedle archers and Helmsworth warriors struck down in battle. Eventually, she found Ingsley, cradled in the arms of his battle brother, Harvey, with one final remark that he hadn't dropped his sword during the battle, like he had during training. He breathed his final breath. Pyres were set, and the honoured dead were burned in the courtyard. And in the sorrow of the moment, as the ceremonies came to a close, Liska addressed her men. In that moment, no longer were they Streamweedle or Helmsworth, but warriors forged in battle. And as you all went inside to gather your thoughts, there were some touching moments between Velum and Liska as they drank away their sorrows alongside Liska's militiamen. Grunker spent some time alone with Webby, and Arngrim and Seryun conferred with King Kazad and Queen Mara regarding a new invention they'd been thinking about. The mortar cannon. Kazad and Mara were very much interested and directed you towards the Dwarven Inventors Guild here in Druvenholm. The centre of Dwarven innovation and Gundren worship here in the Silver Kingdom. Gundren being the lesser Dwarven ancestor spirit of engineering, magic and innovation. You were shown its location as well as the location of Druvenholm's nexus point, gathered the waypoint there and decided to spend the rest of the late evening drinking, telling stories. Drinking competition was had, to which Velen won, surprisingly enough. After you all went to bed, Arngrim had a strange dream. He was in a volcanic chamber filled with molten iron, and a path of platforms spanning from the boiling gravel shore to an island in the molten lake centre upon which sat a stone figure atop a throne. With each strike of his hammer atop a plinth in the centre of each platform, another one rose with statues depicting Arngrim's family members, each new platform depicting this sort of family tree and events surrounding them at adventures further back in time, with each successive platform. However, after a failed smithing check, Arngrim was swallowed up and petrified by molten silver before he awoke in a cold sweat. He saw the visage of the silver crown growing tarnished and black. Perhaps a sign of things to come, an omen, if you will. As we come back to the hearty Cauldron Inn, the morning comes and everyone awakens from their sleep and heads upstairs to grab breakfast, which is provided to you free of charge by the tavern keeper. And he's very much supportive of the Druvenholm military and its veterans. As far as he's concerned, you did this town a good service. Meals and rooms free of charge are the least you can do. So, as you all gather yourselves around the table, what would you like to do?
Go and attune to the ley line thing. I will do that at some point.
Yeah.
Just so I don't forget that myself, because I know that was a thing that some of us hadn't done yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to get on that. But just breakfast first, because I imagine, even if there's a little bit of a hangover, there's going to be a bit of something. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes. Okay, good. There was dead silence, so I thought fucking connection died. Yeah, that's what Velen's just slowly having breakfast and noticing the hangover, I guess.
Alright.
See everybody else too.
Yeah, I guess Liska's just gonna... I forgot. Sorry,
Thinking
I
is
remembered the
hard.
shenanigans. Well, no, I just remembered the shenanigans. Because I was gonna say she comes downstairs, but I was like, no, this is a dwarven thing. She came up the
You
stairs.
go
And I
upstairs.
remembered she pushed Vellum out of the way, and then rode her shield down the stairs.
Yep.
Yeah.
She sure did.
Absolute drunk.
Yeah, she was. Hey, it was safer than trying to walk down the stairs, but at least for her. So yeah, she's gonna just come up the stairs and just enjoy a very protein-heavy breakfast.
Oh yeah.
With a lot of fat and just the stuff to get rid of a hangover. She's going to drink a lot of water and just be like, fucking, it's been a while since I've been this drunk.
Well, you were in it pretty hard. I think I remember we have a drinking contest, didn't we? Here, something like that.
Oh yeah, we did. I should not have drunk so much before I came. But it was a contest, yes?
Yeah, I think it was. There was some fancy ale and. Oh yeah, what? Yeah, I remember. I don't remember how well. I just, I don't know.
Silence takes over the bar.
I
Yeah,
barely know what I'm doing.
This is just eating. She just like fucking good.
It's hangover cure.
Me. It's just nice. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's gonna take me a bit to get back into vellum mode because I've been prepping so hard. My brain is in a different timeline.
Oh! What smells like breakfast?
It's probably breakfast.
That'll do.
As the barkeep kind of comes out of the kitchen with plates upon plates of eggs, bacon, traditional dwarven breakfast haggis.
Haggis. You gotta speak it from the palate, lad.
Are you okay, Ungrim? You sounds like you're coughing up a lung.
Oh no, it's a dialect of Dwarven.
No,
I wasn't familiar.
It's a
with that type
regional
of dialect.
he's just making haggis.
Oh, haggis. Interesting.
Sometimes they pronounce it haggis. Because you're hacking one up, you know?
Weird that I have not heard of these haggis despite all my time in Doonhall.
Oh, it's more of a mountain home thing. Don't worry about it. The mustache twinkles.
It's like, well, you know, I am always a fan of cultural cuisine, so if you happen to have some haggis, I will, you know, I'll try it. Man, I have no idea what the fuck Liska's accent is right now. I just can't do a Russian accent for the life of me. Fuck. Today is just not a day.
Well, today is not a day. Tomorrow is a day. Today is the morning. What do we want to do in the day?
What do we want
I was
to do?
thinking about
Sorry.
what do we want to do in the day?
What do we want to do in the day?
You be
The
careful.
switch is over the dwarven. What do we want to do today?
Do that I do.
Oh, so that's what I sound like to you, Vellum.
That wasn't in character, you know it.
Do today.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Not wrong.
Yeah, so what do we want to do today? I was gonna consider some smithing and a bit of meditation. I think the drink got to me last night.
Yeah, it really did. Guess it was just a bit hot for you? I think it was like a fiery drink or something.
Well, no, I mean, I'm used to that, but it's just... you ever drink so much you have crazy dreams?
All the time.
Sometimes.
Sao just slowly looks to Arngrim with sort of half squinted eyes. Are you sure you didn't go drink something like communal wine or something? Is that something you clerics actually have?
What kind of dwarf drinks wine?
My point exactly.
Well, I mean, maybe for the child because it's diluted and they're still growing, but... No! No, I had some weird dreams about, well, this. And he's gonna hold up his little ingot.
Did you bang on it while you slept?
I'm hearing something bang.
I think someone's making wood.
Is someone hammering?
What's making wood?
Bum, 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 bum.
Carpenter.
It's Grunko wanting food. Give food. Bum, bum, bum.
That's his little
Just
head
Bronco
bouncing on the
footsteps coming up the
underside of the
stairs.
table.
Anyway. drunk. Well, not drunk. Fuck.
We're all really off today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been
Anyway.
like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Sao just asked in a rather monotone voice, just, did you bang on it while you slept?
Bang on
I don't
what?
remember.
The
Oh,
ingot.
he's holding up his little ingot. Well, I guess
Yeah,
it's not a
that's-
little ingot. It's actually probably pretty damn hefty.
You also notice it's a little bit malformed than what you previously saw of it.
That's kind of what I was referring to.
It's actually malformed.
Little bit, a couple distinct hammer marks here and there.
Oh. Not good. He's just gonna plop that down on the table and... I think I might have been sleepsmithing. Did y'all hear anything?
Sao just looks to the rest of the party with an eyebrow raised.
I was
Yeah.
totally out last night.
Yeah, same. Sleepsmithing's a thing, but you usually don't use your hammer in it. Just do the motions. Kind of broke a bedpost doing that once.
Well, it seems like nobody else heard something, so
Not to say it didn't happen, just that we're too zonked to hear anything.
Yeah, ask somebody else. And she like looks around like here, points to the bartender.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know if I want to bother him over...
Hey Deirdre, 2 more plates of bacon.
see, he's busy.
Busy with bacon.
Making bacon. I was thinking about doing some actual work with this. I wanted to do some smithing today, however. No, that's not all that should happen. I'm inclined to think after just fighting back a siege, it might be a wee bit wise if we take our days, you know, for the next few days and pace ourselves. Rest and recuperate, gather what supplies we can before we push off westward.
Yeah, sounds like a solid plan. I was gonna make the same suggestion. Take a day or so to rest up, make sure we got all the supplies we need, and then head on out fresh.
I wonder what sort of value deals I can get on bulk meat purchases. I'm pretty much through our pigs.
Out of character, would I know about the big old teleporty crystal doodad that let's
Oh,
go?
the Nexus.
Yes.
I would imagine.
Well, one, yes, we attuned to the one, and
I mean, there's one here.
but two,
Whatever.
Liska did say before she got out of range, like going to attune to the Nexus.
I
like,
can't remember
I'll
if
be
we were
back.
drunk at the time. Anyway, I'll just assume that he knows. Well, I was gonna go attune to that thing, that Nexus thing. Good to get that stuff out of the way ahead of time. After that, I may see about what sort of metals or something I can find. Got a couple of projects, but nothing urgent.
Oh, that reminds me, I have to look for more adamantium. Mind if I accompany you, Vellum?
Yeah, sure. At least it saves us sort of taking the same routes.
It'd be awkward if we just kept bumping into each other. Yes.
Yeah. Sure, be happy for your company.
Right. Okay. But yeah, that's gonna be mostly Liska's. She's gonna look to when do you plan on leaving?
After breakfast, I figure. No sense sitting around too much.
Okay. Well, can you give me... And she's gonna look at her wristwatch. and she doesn't
That
have.
totally exists.
Yeah.
And
Why are you looking at your arm?
because I was contemplating punching something, but can you give me like a little time to just go check on my men?
Yeah, sure. I'll hang about.
All right, and then she's going to fucking soldier scarf down the rest of her food,
All right.
just like she was big, just casually eating, like up until then, and then she just like it's the Beast in Beauty and the Beast when he's eating.
Yeah.
And and she's just like, okay, that was delicious. She grabs another strip of bacon or 3 off the plate in the middle, and she leaves to go check on her men.
All right. Then.
Running with bacon in mouth.
I like to imagine that the strip of dwarven bacon is probably like half a pig.
It's
Maybe.
the size of a piece of toast.
Yeah.
It's just a square cut of bacon.
Yep.
It's just a square slab of meat.
Have you guys ever seen Viking bacon? Because that's basically what that is.
Wonderful.
Right. So that's what Liska's doing. Venom's off to attune to the Nexus.
Oh no, he's waiting for Aliska to come.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to. Actually, yeah. While she's doing that, he can go attune, and then they can both go shopping.
Fair enough. So Saoyun, Arngrim, and Grunker.
Hello.
What are you 3 doing right now? What are your plans for today?
Probably gonna try and sell the rest of my shit.
Okay. I think we did discuss this last session when we were unable to play. We just did some.
Yeah, we sold like 3 items.
Oh right. Okay. So we can.
Then we all got distracted.
Yeah. We'll take this opportunity to sell the rest of those. Just go quickly through those.
Okay.
Saoyun, what do you want to do?
Like I mentioned before, I would likely buy a variety of metals in small quantities to experiment with, as well as ball bearings and gunpowder bags, along with cloth, leather bags, and likely I would like to go hunting for some mechanical parts or tinker's shop.
Right, okay. So, just to prevent this being like a shopping episode, we can just run down all the things you guys want to purchase real quick.
I'm going to find what I want, and I'm going to list out a price for them for you.
Okay.
Just verify it. So I'm going to do that in the background.
Okay, fair enough. Right. So as you all venture your separate ways for the day, Arngrim, you wanted to do some smithing.
Yes, I need to work on making some fucking mastercraft smith tools.
All right. So you want to see? Probably the most the best place that you would probably find both sort of tinkering workshops and kind of smithing workshops for you, Saoyun, and you, Arngrim, would probably be the Inventors Guild. You've heard some rumours about their facilities.
Yep.
Onwards to high adventure.
All right.
All right. So, I was just gonna say I'll grab my ingot and I'll grab my own smithing tools and my little grooming kit and everything, and I'll be off on my way.
Yeah. Okay. And eventually, you do meet up with Saoyun as you. This seems to be this common thread that's led you both together. The facilities of the Inventors Guild, would probably suit you both very well. Probably a good place to start working on your projects. After, we'll say, you've purchased what you require, Sayun, and this is sort of being near the end of your shopping escapades, and you make your way through the city towards the district where you saw the enormous temple built into the cavern wall. Let's get some ambience here. Ambience. You see this immaculate building. It's a large, sort of boxy, brutalist in design, and as you ascend the steps, you can see these incredibly intricate runic patterns wrought within the stone and inlaid with brass and gold filigree. You see imagery of a tall, imposing dwarven male bent over an anvil and forging great works of art. This is probably some of the most beautiful dwarven masonry you've ever seen. This great hall's front edifice is lined with towering stone pillars, each of them intricately carved with art depicting the five principles of engineering. You're particularly familiar with this, Arngrim. Vision, research, work, experimentation, and iteration. At the hall's apex is a circle of 5 runes, the symbol of Gundren. Each rune represents the same 5 concepts in Dwarven runic language, which you understand, Arngrim. You come to a massive set of bronze double doors, with the same 5 principles written in Dwarven upon them. And a Dwarven man appears to be awaiting you there. He has a black sooted beard, wears a long orange and golden brown robe in the style of a blacksmith's apron. He kind of catches your gaze, makes his way up to you and goes, "Hey there, King Khazad told us of your arrival."
Oh, yes, I'm a bit of the elbow grease worker, as he pats his arm. And this here will be a Sayun. She's much of the brains.
Hey, good to meet you, Arngrim and Sayun. King said you had some ideas to share with the Inventors Guild.
Aye, that we do.
Dwarf shakes both of your hands, nods with a grin. Hey, you must be some of the folks that took down that nasty gremlin fellow.
Sao just looks to Arngrim and then just nods slowly.
Arngrim is actually in like casual clothes, and he's just gonna like pull up some of the collar of his shirt and just show like fresh scars and wounds and be like, yeah, look at this one where he hit me with the flail that burns you, and then over here.
Someone who bears the scars with pride. I like that. Clan Silverhearth, eh?
Oh, aye.
Well, I certainly have both my respect and my thanks, the both of you. I assume it's your first time here.
Aye, it's our first time.
Well, I'm Freynig Colkhammer. He kind of holds out a hand.
Ah, Cockhammer. A respectable lineage.
Let me stick that in the chat. I was asked to show you around if you like.
Turn up to Salyu, because I've been talking a bit. If you want a tour?
I mean, yes. This is my first time here, and from what I've heard, you guys are a bit inventive.
I'll let you make that judgment for yourself. Kind of nods and rubs his hands with a grin. And he turns towards the massive set of bronze doors and takes out what looks like some sort of holy symbol in the shape of a cog engraved with the same circle of runes you saw on the door. And takes it off from around his neck and places it into a small hollow, and he turns it, and you watch as what was once the smooth surface of the door comes alive as shapes of gears all across its surface shift outwards and begin to whir, clank and clunk. Smaller gears turn larger gears, which turn larger gears and even larger gears, and the massive 20-foot tall doors begin to open. Immediately,
Zhao is visibly curious. Like, you can see that her own gears in her head are already just sort of tinkering and thinking, how does this work? Which goes where, and so forth.
he kind of notices the look on your face and gives this sort of smug, yeah, I know it, grin. And immediately you see before you a massive 100-foot long central hall, illuminated not with firelight and braziers as most dwarven living spaces are, but enormous gas-powered lanterns. Right, let me bring them over here. You see great statues of Gundrum line the hall, and most of them not just of Gundrum, these statues, but of other notable dwarven engineers and inventors too. Among them are who you recognise, Angrim, Fabric Steel Splitter. Steel Splitter, rather. There you go. Who pioneered the invention of the steam-powered drill. There's also Radrim Axeburrow, who invented the clock. And Cadrim Clockrow, the father of clockwork as he's called, who pioneered the widespread use of clockwork technology. The floor is a grand, polished mosaic of small, intricate, sort of marble orange and copper coloured tiles. The hall itself is very busy. Across the thoroughfares, hustle and bustle, you see student engineers making their ways to classes and seminars. You can see the occasional artificer crossing the hall with a tall runic stone golem in tow, much smaller than the ones you saw on the battlefield. Presumably these serve as assistants. One younger student pushes past you without excuse me, holding some sort of engineering project he's working on, some sort of cube-like mass of whirring and ticking cogs. You see other students gathered by communal areas by fireplaces, fiercely debating the principles of engineering and the applications of metal magical alchemy. Above you, you can see various brass and copper pipes crisscrossing the ceiling in a complex lattice. You also see on the other end of the hall is a decorative alcove. A door-shaped hollow in the wall with a platform in its centre. And atop the platform is a tall waystone. Freynig goes, "Welcome to the Temple of Gundren. Also home to the Inventors Guild. This is the common hall where our faculty will typically gather after a hard day's work and show off their various creations and debate their potential uses in wider society."
I must say, I'm impressed.
We take pride in our work here in the guild. You'll see a number of strange inventions here and there. Some of them are a bit more useful than others. You see one student walks by, proud as punch, holding some sort of a strange, cobbled together massive springs and random cogs, as he just walks by. Some are very more useful than others, but that's part of the process.
There is always use for a project.
Certainly.
If only a learning experience.
Aye. He kind of points towards the waystone on the far end of the hall. But there is the temple waystone. Its use is barred to most of the student body. Typically only diplomats and the most senior members of the priesthood can use it. However, the king has informed us that you and your group are permitted to use it.
That would make travel a lot easier.
So, shall we continue?
Mm-hmm.
Nods and leads you through a set of double doors to your immediate left. And you enter what looks like some sort of grand stone-wrought auditorium. It's styled very much in the same vein as like an ancient Greek Senate room. It's kind of sort of this half octagonal shape with stone seats and stairs descending downwards towards a central stage. And immediately, the row of a crowd of students and veteran engineers fills your ears, as the seats are packed full. And two veteran engineers are down in the debate stage having a fierce discussion regarding the prospect of dwarven airships being built in Doonhollow. One side is arguing in the name of progress and how this could open up new avenues for dwarven exploration and faster travel. While the other side is arguing from a more conservative point of view, how dwarves should be creatures of the earth and stone, not the wind and air, even to the point of arguing against the use of steamboats. The other side brings up Port Khazad, to which another debate explodes. Points and counterpoints are made as Freynig turns to both of you. This is the debate hall, where the applications of most inventions that come out of the guild are either denied widespread use or are greenlit. Things can get a wee bit heated in here, and the temple elders tend to side with the more conservative views on technology, but that doesn't mean progress can't be made, of course.
So just slowly nods as she can hear the debates go on in the background.
There's a dwarven fire burning in Argrim's eyes. Knowing that there's a sanctioned spot to be able to yell at people, prove them that he's right and they're wrong, and also say my invention is better than yours, has lit a proverbial and potentially literal fire in his belly, depending on whether or not he's going for that flask yet, of dwarven pride and competitive spirit.
Why?
I see myself spending a lot of time here.
See, the debate hall here is also where the guild elders gather to hear pitches for a new technology. If you want to get anything done and out there, you've got to persuade the guild elders first.
Well, that should be a interesting topic and talk. And so just motions a bit to the debate room with a hand as she sort of looks back. If this is anything to go by.
You hear in the background the debates erupt once again as you see one of the elders on the stage who's fiercely debating among his other elder compatriots. So just takes out a cane and looks like he's about to strike his opponent before the others just hold him back. We should probably get out of here before things get a bit too heated.
I would agree.
And he kind of turns, leads you back out into the common hall. The second door's on the right after the hall. He kind of points to you and says, "Over there, you'll find the students' private common rooms. Everyone who chooses to stay here from other dwarven halls, or if you have explicit permissions from the guild elders from abroad, will find a room here. You'll also find the offices of the temple elders and the chief royal engineer here. Just remember to knock. Some of the elders like to squirrel themselves away in their rooms to tinker all day."
So I just sort of looks a bit off to the side. Yeah, I think I would do the same sometimes.
I suspected as much, as he kind of eyes the turret on your shoulder. He kind of points over towards an open archway next to the common rooms, the third entry on the right. You see a long stone hall with long stone tables neatly aligned next to each other and a large open-air kitchen. Over there you'll find the mess hall. Students are provided meals every morning, noon and evening on the regular. The Crown provides ample income of food from across Mealand to keep the mind of the next generation alert, healthy and active. So a good diet means a healthy mind. Of course we have a plentiful supply of coffee imported from the dynasty.
Or what did he just say they import from the dynasty?
Coffee.
What did you think they said?
I know, I thought they said coffee, I was gonna be sure.
Yeah, you import coffee beans from the dynasty. Why not?
I figure it'd be useful for all those all-nighter.
Oh yeah. And Freinig leads you through a large set of double doors to your left, which opens up into an enormous library. You can see stacks upon stacks of bookshelves that are carved high into the very stone itself, and finely decorated with bronze and brass inlays. Grand 20-foot columns line the long hall, which in and of themselves are carved to be round shelves stacked with scrolls both new and old. Initially, you wonder how any dwarf is supposed to reach these books so high up, but it's then that you notice these strange rungless ladders that seem to shift by themselves across the faces of these bookshelves. You look closer and notice that they're on clockwork tracks. And you watch as a nearby dwarven student casually just cranks a nearby lever, and one of these brass ladders rolls its way over towards him. And he steps onto the single bottom rung of this rungless ladder and holds onto the sides and flicks a switch. Gears clank, and he's lifted like an elevator up to the appropriate position. And just very casually takes a small turn, then lowers himself back down. You see, go ahead.
Sal sort of gives Arngrim a slight, I wouldn't say slap, but that's the closest term I can get to. A slight slap with the back of her hand on his shoulder as she sort of motions to the ladders. And then just sort of gives him a sort of slight smug grin.
You mocking me, boy?
No? I'm just saying.
Oh, what? Just 'cause I'm shorter than him? You're gonna think I'm gonna need a step stool for the ladder too? Don't tempt me, lass. I'll make one.
No, you She sort of makes a motion with her hand in a half circle. Your guns. And then motions back to the ladder. Think. Automation.
Oh, ladders that you step up automatically?
Oh. When nobody's aiming a turret with your guns in your tank. Flip a switch, they automatically go in one direction or the other.
Well, they already face one. Wait, like remotely controlling them?
There you go.
It's gonna take some powerful runes.
But might be useful for later.
You're looking over the library here. You see students are sat at various tables with piles and piles of books and scrolls, taking intricate notes and studying for tests as elders closely observe those handling them all, delicate and older tomes. This is the temple library. Here you'll find much of the world's history regarding influential inventors, techniques for smithing and alloying, information on unique metals, most of the things any aspiring engineer or blacksmith could want or need. Of course, if you're looking for older information and it's found in some of the older tomes, you'll have to be supervised by an elder. Anything you find in these archives, every tome, book and scroll has been enchanted not to leave this room, so don't get any funny ideas. If you need help researching something, just come to me or anyone else of the priesthood. I'm sure they'd be happy to help you.
Alright.
Right. I'm sure I know what you've all come here for. Let me show you to the workshop.
There's a particular expression in Sao's eyes, not so much her face, but mainly her eyes, as she's just looking around. There's a sense of wonder and awe, but also slight hesitation almost, as she sort of asks out loud, not too loud, that is. Do you wonder what would happen if the goblins had won? And she sort of gestures with her eyes to everything here.
That's why I in particular, I'm immeasurably thankful that you lot helped our forces, our lads in green, batter them off. Who knows what happened if they got their hands on this temple?
Well, it would have been bad,
Bad
but it
for
didn't
you.
happen. And it's more important that we think about how to prevent that from happening, rather than what that hypothetical what-if would be. We know it's bad, and that's good enough.
Aye. Nothing worse than a green skin with a cog-powered
No.
tram, or
You already finished the sentence. Nothing worse than a green skin.
aye, you're right.
Oh, speaking of, I was hoping we'd be able to discuss some plans.
Aye, we'll get there. Let me.
They're very. Alright.
We'll certainly get there. Let me show you to the place where I presumably wanted to do most of your work. Sorry, we wanted to say something there.
Mustache twitches eagerly.
Sa would just roll her eyes a little at the comment between the two dwarfs about green skins just being the worst. It's not like in a bad way, but like you can tell she's heard that so many times by now.
Yeah. Thankfully, orcs in this world aren't considered greenskins.
Lucky
It's
me.
only the goblinoids.
Yeah.
Fucking goblinoids.
Hey. So, as Freinig leads you all down towards a large pair of open blast doors on the far left of the common hall, intricately woven with gears and runes. As Freinig kind of leads you through these iron blast doors, it's now clear why they're blast doors. The immediate scent of smoke and iron hits your nostrils, as well as the sweltering heat, as a massive circular chamber opens up before you.
Oh my.
You see, carved into the rock and hollowed out into a massive 300-foot tall diameter cavern is this massive open chamber. You feel your feet clunk across the metallic floor, plates of iron and bronze kind of bolted over one another. In the centre of this circular chamber is a massive octagonal foundry, powered by molten lava. Presumably the molten lava from the canals across the city. Streams of lava pour down from above and kind of burble up from below. As great automated clockwork-powered bellows regulate the incoming temperatures. Striated pipes weave a complex web across the ceiling.
Fucking dwarves.
Seemingly, the foundry has only recently just started back up. Likely because of the evacuation efforts yesterday. You can see as it's powering up, it begins to billow steam, which then begins to turn a number of gears and pulleys embedded into the ceiling. This sort of Ruby Goldberg machine of gigantic whirring cogs and chains comes alive across the entire chamber, as funneled gas causes the lighting across the chamber to flicker alight. One dwarven worker jots something down on a piece of parchment, rolls it up, and puts it in a wooden capsule, and sticks it in an opening in one of the tubes, as steam power causes it to thump up the tube to somewhere else in the temple. A series of dwarven masons on ladders and scaffolding are putting the final touches on a massive runic golem. the second of its kind you've seen so far. And the runesmith is leading the effort and inspecting their work as they go. Across the edge of the circular chamber are small forges and smelters being manned by students, apprentices, and various blacksmiths, inventors, novice artificers, and even simpler blacksmiths from the wider populace of Juvenhall. There's places for carpentry, glass blowing, tanneries, spinning wheels for cloth, stamping machines to press, cut and bend metals, sawmills. You see shelves stacked. Yeah.
Crafting.
Yep. You see shelves stacked with ingots of copper, bronze, iron, many other basic metals, as well as great barrels filled with raw ores such as coal. Great numbers of tools, wrenches, springs, nuts, bolts, and wooden planks. You also see small open rooms embedded across the outer edges of the chamber. These are small communal private workshops usable by anyone who desires a more secluded place to work in. This gargantuan chamber, it's a hub of creativity and industry and ingenuity. Brainy goes, "Welcome to the workshop, the heart and soul of the Temple of Gundrim. Here you can find anything and everything you'll need to create, experiment. We keep a large stock of metals and resources for our students to do with as they please. Of course, all students are monitored by a member of Gundrim priesthood while they work, so they don't accidentally set their own hands off or blow themselves up, for instance."
With a raised brow, Sao just looks to him. Sounds like that has happened before.
Right as you say that, there's a sudden flash and a shot from a nearby private workshop. Some of the newer students turn around and look in shock. One of the more veteran engineers doesn't even bat an eye, and just continues just hammering a sheet of metal. A young dwarven student stumbles out of the room and black smoke billows out, and she's just... Sorry, what was Sungrim doing there?
Ignore that, sorry.
Okay.
Nothing. I accidentally clicked the thing instead of prepare.
Yeah. She's, this young dwarven student, as she kind of stumbles out of one of the private workshops, she's just caked in black soot, her hair blown back, standing on end, and she just plucks a pair of goggles from her face, leaving this distinct goggle-shaped patch of clean skin around her eyes, and and just Freynik doesn't even turn around to look at her as he sighs and rolls his eyes. "Branma Sparkbeard, what has your father told you about countless times?" Who you presume to be Brunmer Sparkbeard dusts off her arms and wheezes. "Don't keep black powder near an open flame." "That's right. Go to the common rooms, clean yourself up, see to Sister Thelig, go patch up any burns." "Aye, sir." "And for Gundrim's sake, keep the black powder barrels in safe storage." He kind of turns back to the both of you. See, the younger lads and lasses are barred from tampering with black powder, but some of them have their connections. Grandma's the daughter of the chief royal engineer here in the temple. Thinks she can do what she wants. I won't deny she's got skill and promise, but we can't have that skill and promise scattered all over the walls of the workshop, can we?
Ah, well, let her blow a finger or two off. They can be melded back on with magic, and it teaches a painful but important lesson.
Perhaps it might serve her as a good lesson, aye.
Bruma. Have I heard Bruma before?
You probably heard Sparkbeard somewhere.
Early. Works for me. It's good coffee I have here.
Oh, aye, only the best. As I know, you've probably heard the name Dumadar Sparkbeard.
Oh, it makes sense.
And also the name Grognir Sparkbeard. Grognir Sparkbeard was one of the individuals who helped you build your steam hammer. The chief royal engineer.
Right. I think he mentioned his daughter before. That's why that name is like so.
It clicked.
Yeah.
Alright, see, about black powder, it's all thanks to Gundrum that we know his uses. He kind of gestures over towards the massive 20-foot, the massive 20-foot tall statue of Gundrum located at the far end of the workshop. The supply of black powder here in the workshop comes from the Druvenholm quarries, which includes plentiful amounts of the stuff.
So just slowly nods.
And in front of this massive statue, you see what looks to be like a sermon taking place. You see close to 20 or so students are listening intently to the motivational speeches of a familiar-looking individual stood at the foot of the statue. Dressed in regal robes of golds and oranges and smoking a large stone pipe, you see the chief royal engineer himself. Where is that? There it is.
There he is.
Grognir Sparkbeard. And as you lock eyes towards him, Arngrim, he gives you a grin, chews the end of his pipe and towards the side of his mouth, and dismisses the crowd of students and makes his way over to you. He nods to Freynir and gestures over to a few reckless students who are messing about and juggling glass baubles. And Freynir rushes over. Hey, put those down! And goes over to stop them as he leaves you to Grognir. Arngrim, lad, glad to see you here. And he firmly clasps the arm, pats you on the back with a very firm hand.
Aye. Good to see you, lad.
I heard what happened outside of the battle. Right shame about our kin and their families. My respect to them.
Indeed.
The monument to their
Such is the price of war.
Aye. The monument to their victory in the centre of town will be glorious, I'm sure. To you and your group, on behalf of the Temple of Gundrum, our gratitude extends to you, all of you.
So just gestures to everything around. Well, we did what we could, and luckily, Vald is still here, though.
Aye. Also, I'll be sure to put in a good word to the Masons Guild to add your names to the monument. Sayun, was it?
Sayun Greymind.
Sayun Greymind, Liska, Grunka, and Vellum, I think. Aye?
Right in there.
Yeah, he seems to be
Who
recalling...
says Grunka wasn't stalking us? He's good at hiding.
Hello.
No, that's right. I assume Grunk had to pop up out of the woodwork in any given situation.
What?
Yeah, that's appropriate.
Yeah, I imagine...
Grunka's an enigma.
I imagine he was just kind of recalling to himself the names of your group.
Too many books.
Do you have a name for yourselves?
We go by the Hammer Strike.
Oh, I like it. I'm a strike. You know, after what you pulled off yesterday, you should consider some sort of battle standard for your group. A coat of arms, perhaps. Really make yourselves well-known, more well-known as a group.
We've considered it. It just will take a wee bit of time. Everybody to come together and find a design that they all agree with.
Right, well, just something to consider. But anyway,
Before we get on designing that, I'm really grateful you've showed me around this place. But I really want to get to this pattern.
Aye, sir, I'm
So
told...
Ewan's got something impressive.
I am told by His Majesty King Kazan that you had some ideas you wanted to run by me. Something called a long-range mortar cannon that can be put on the walls of the mountain.
Zao nods, and then were modified for a smaller version to be mounted on, and so it looks to Arngrim. Tested in steam tank.
Well, I'm not so concerned with that at the moment. It's more that would be a useful platform for on-the-field testing.
Kind of strokes his beard thoughtfully to himself. Well, I have to say you two are certainly following one of the 5 principles of Gundren. You've got lots of vision, so I'm intrigued. Let's hear it. You got these plans.
Zao takes out Percy's notebook.
What?
Zao takes out her little notebook as she flips through a few pages. And then sort of... I really don't have the mind right now to explain the concept of a mortar
Yeah, so...
in this particular scenario, but
Yeah.
you get the gist.
Yeah, you spend the best part of half an hour explaining to him the principles of force amplification and the weaving of runic inscriptions with the metal and the magical. You explain to him the sort of fundamental basics and angle of distance, which he kind of quickly shuts down as he pretty much knows most of what you're presenting to him.
Yeah. And then this part I do want to RP a little. As she flips through another page, and Arngrim knows what is written on this page because she showed him before. It is the page for the Dune shell.
Ah, this is the... remind me what this was again?
A modified shell using the War Priest's innate divine magic to enchant it for extra dwarven oomph.
Ah, so like an enchanted cannonball.
Yeah.
You see, he strokes his beard for a moment. Well, this idea was certainly presented before the debate hall once. It was about, if I recall, about a century ago during the first iterations of the cannon. The poor lad had far too much vision, not enough sense. He got chewed out by his peers because of it. That was because the technology and forging techniques weren't present back then to make this work. However, with today's technology, this just might work.
Worst case scenario could be an idea written down for later.
Indeed. Very well. If you can produce for me a working prototype, I'll gather together the elders, and you can present this to them. would you say to that?
It sounds like I got a bit of working ahead of me, as well as you do. So it sort of gives a slight, not so elbow bump to Arngrim.
Either some work to be done, but it can be. Nothing to fret here. But first I was hoping I might be able to make a set of tools. So perhaps I might rely on you to refine some of the blueprint aspects, figure out what I need to make. And from there, you know, it's simple.
A set of tools, you see.
Aye.
Oh, there's simple enough to do. We've got plenty of we've got the facilities here for it. What you making these tools out of? Iron, steel, mithril.
Well, I've got this. That's
I've got the good shit. Thump.
All I'm picturing right now is the fucking meme of... I don't know what his name is.
Cheese.
Yeah. That.
Cheese.
That's all I can picture.
As you clang it down on a nearby anvil.
Crunch.
So okay.
Just clang. Well, I got this. Ting!
Grugnir's eyes immediately go wide. Is that what I think it is?
Made it myself after the siege. It sure is.
Grudge steel. There's not been a bar of an ingot of grudge steel in centuries. Kind of picks up, closely examines it, takes out a small eyepiece from his robe, puts it up to his eye, closely examines it. Well, I'll be. Jones beard. That's the
Yeah,
genuine
it's
article.
real. I might not necessarily seem it, but I am a follower of Gundren. I'm one of his... Well, he's one of my major influences, you could say. Because my practice of faith is more in the making and the exploratory territories of the craft and honour.
Aye, adhering to the five principles of Gundren, I like that. Well, this'll certainly be more than enough to make a set of tools. Might take a while though.
It sure will.
I'd probably say about a day.
It likely will take that long, but these tools will be the forefathers to many weapons for the clans.
Right. Very well. We'll get started with this first before we move on to the mortar.
Brings me a question. I know many weapons have been made out of grudge steel. But has a parent set of tools ever been?
Parent set of tools, it might not give it the extra oomph as it would with directly forging grudge steel into a set of weapons. It might not get that as he kind of explains to you over the next 10 minutes, effectively, it wouldn't give you the +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls as like an ordinary greenbane weapon would. It would, but it would certainly give you the extra damage against greenskins.
Yeah, well, as long as it's like something I figured might be able to pass some of the powers down to weapons that it makes.
Yeah.
If not, it's just cool.
Yeah. So this is This would be like Mastercraft weaponry, except whereas in place of the +1, you get the extra bonus effect of dealing more damage to goblinoids.
That works for me.
I see.
All right.
Well, I was thinking about taking quite a bit of time with this. I was wanting to, well, I haven't made an heirloom yet properly for my family, and I figure this would be appropriate. I was wondering if there's perhaps any very important or somewhat ceremonial spot I might be able to do a wee bit of a ritual while making this.
Follow me. Kind of beckons you over towards the other side of the foundry. Right behind where the foundry is sort of directly opposite the massive statue of Gundren. And you can see there a large ceremonial, intricately engraved anvil right at the very feet of Gundren. So typically we only reserve this for faculty members and members of the priesthood. But since you possess quite a significant object there, grudge steel, I'd be more than happy to lend you this anvil for that meantime.
Thank you.
And you, as you closely examine this anvil, you can see it is possibly hundreds of years old. It has seen wear and tear from many immaculately forged projects. You can see little dinks and kind of scrapes. You can see these very old dwarven runes that sort of softly give off this low hum of power.
Oh yeah. Alright. Well, he'll set that there and pull out his little grooming kit and set it to the side, and he'll start laying everything out. Alright, well, I'll be here for a while. If you need me, don't come. Unless you're bringing me coffee.
Right.
I might just come and check in.
So, sorry, was there anything you wanted to do here? You wanted to refine those blueprints, eh?
The blueprints and possibly work on a few smaller side projects of mine. I had an idea in mind for something, but I might need to research it a bit more.
Very well. The library is down the hall. You should find it on the off side of the common hall there, to your left. Sure, if you just ask one of the priesthood, I'm sure they'd be happy to help.
I likely will, and thank you.
Right. Nods and sees you off. So, for the remainder of the day, we'll boil this down to a couple of checks from each of you here. So, first one is going to be a smithing check for Arngrim. I will say this will likely be a strength check.
Oh, he's got to do a couple other things before that.
Oh yeah.
And since he does, we can do anything if Sao Yu wants to do it, but we have been here for a while. Mm-hmm. Maybe we really should consider switching to the other groups.
Okay.
God damn it, Ryan's about to go bad food.
Right.
Well, what's Grunka up to? Since we know that.
You can do some rolls.
Let's go to Grunka, yeah.
You do that. Let's go to Grunka and you take that speed shit, buddy.
Oh no.
Yeah. What's Grunka doing?
Oh no. What does he do? I guess this is not really.
If you wanted to follow us, you can.
I think that might be a little problematic since most people here consider him green skin.
Oh, they didn't know. They didn't notice him. He's a hero from the war.
Yeah.
So,
What you doing, Bunks?
what am I doing?
Yeah.
Well, where's Vellum?
I imagine Vellum is off attuning to Nexus.
Right. No, of course, it's beyond me.
Yeah. I think he's just hopped off to the bathroom.
Okay. Because I have, I kind of want to make a new shield.
You want to make a shield?
Yeah, because the one I have is wood and shitty.
Ah, okay.
And I'm probably gonna. It's handy to have. A good shield.
All right then. So you're not exactly proficient in smithing tools.
Oh no, I'm not gonna make it.
Oh,
that's
okay.
why that's when I want to talk to Vellum.
Yeah.
I can't make that. I can make it like a shitty stone knife. That's it.
All right. So I think yeah. Once Sable gets back, we'll we can pan over to you two.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Sable to come back.
We do have the. I was gonna say we do have that big old spiky tower shield that we got from Homeboy.
You do?
Yeah, but it's quite a tuning, and I'm full up on the tunings.
I think we had this
enough,
conversation last
the
week.
barbarian is full on attunement slots, but the artificer isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
even
I
have
feel like that says more about the artificer than the barbarian.
So I guess what we could do is we could pan over to this guy.
Yeah, I have 5 magic items. 2 option not statute.
So
Oddly enough, this guy has one open attunement slot too.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Liska's going to check on her men.
Yeah.
She's going to go to whatever place they were passed out in. She gave the barkeep like, hey, she gave him, I think it was like a gold or something to be like, hey, make sure that like watch out for them while they're passed the fuck out.
Oh, I think they left here not too long ago, but early this morning. Said they're going to head back out onto the road. You might be able to catch them out in the courtyard if you're fast enough.
Okay, thank you, will do. And she is going to, I guess, double time,
All right.
like out front. See if they are already gone or if they're still waiting in the courtyard or whatever.
Yeah. So, as you approach your militiamen out in the courtyard, you do catch them there. Some of them saying, paying their last respects to their fallen brothers and their fallen sisters. You see, what was once 60 or so men from Lakesvale are now 24 hardened warriors.
I said there's like 30 left. Okay. More died in the night.
But well, there's about around half, give or take a few. They've seen their brothers fall, and they've seen the harsh realities of war. Brothers in arms, unified by battle. As you approach, they all immediately begin to kind of fall into formation, give salutes on their chests.
Let's go. We'll return the salute.
You can now see they're all. Let's see, where is it? There we go. You can all see that they're holding their unique pavises, intricately carved, painted, and forged by the hands of Vellum Harbridge and Sayun Greenmind.
Yeah, what was it? 2 or something. Like Velen was able to finish 2. I don't remember, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
Regardless,
Yeah.
she sees that. And she is going to walk up to the group, just kind of give them like a stern, okay, so it's like a stern look, but obvious that she's not actually, that she doesn't actually care, that she's basically being like, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna cheat you out, but like it doesn't really matter. Like I'm being playful in a sense.
Yeah.
It's like, so just thought that you would leave without the permission from your superior officer, huh? Going AWOL?
Well, as you kind of approach Harvey, he's the closest friend to Ingsley before he fell in battle. Harvey Clawbolt, who's gained this a position in the social hierarchy of his men, as somewhat of a second in command to you, while not an official position. You can tell now that he has the respect of his brothers in arms, whereas previously he was always the butt of every joke, second only to Ingsley. Can we paste that name in the chat there? Well, we were hoping to meet you out here. Mum?
Sorry, that took me a second. I realized that's a very British thing to say.
Yeah. Ma'am, Mum, yeah.
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 Yeah. Liska gives a nod, and she's going to just do a brief run through of her, of the men, make sure all their gear and everything is set in order, and then she's going to come back to Harvey and be like, what were you before this?
Before we were scared young men and women. We were mere militiamen. But you taught us well, men. When but a few weeks ago, when some of us couldn't even swing a sword, and we were squabbling with each other over allegiances to noble houses. It all seems a bit petty now, don't it?
Lucy's gonna nod and just kind of get a finger and gently poke him in the chest, remember that when you return.
Yay.
Because the life out here is very different and stark against what you will be returning to. But do not let that faction bullshit break apart the bonds that you have made this last few days.
Certainly not. Especially not in the face of certain death. Ingsley will be remembered. Permission to speak freely, man.
Mission granted.
Some of the lads and I were talking. Paying our respects to him. Ingsley was always... He always liked to go out fishing by the lake. Never really cared much for the two houses. Nor the squabbles. And now we see why. From now on, we're no longer Helmsworth nor Streamweedle. We're the Lakesmen. When we return to Lakesvale, we're going to spread that example of unity. Be that beacon, that ideal. An example of the potential we have as a unified front. We're not squabbling amongst ourselves over fish and frankly stupid traditions. Bringsley. You hear other men, Lakesmen, nod and say, Bringsley.
Liska gives a nod, does that thing where she holds out her hand like to clasp forearms and just like vertically.
Clasps your hand.
No. I'll say it once, and you'll never hear me say it again. If you tell anybody I said this, I will hunt you down and kill you. But you have all made me very, very proud. You have done enough to bring you honor in the halls of Ragnarok. And you will forever, in the long life that I will live, hold a place in my memory as one of the best troops I have ever had. The honor of commanding.
And you brought us honor to serve under you, man. Should you ever need our assistance again, if you're nearby or in Mayland, just send a message to Lakesvale and ask for the Lakesmen. We'll have our blades and our arrows.
Liska's gonna nod, and then she's gonna say, and again, spread that unity around. Make sure that it's one unified militia. And just think, and she kind of leans in. It's like, just think, you get to be the one that orders and bosses people around now. It's like, congratulations on your promotion.
I'm ordered, ma'am. That promotion to officer, I take it.
Mm-hmm. How else will you lead these men?
Kind of gives a nod to the rest of his friends. You're the lady? And in complete unison, they all take their highly decorated pavises against the ground. I think you taught them well.
I think they learned well. I've kept you far too long. You have a long road ahead of you.
Permission to leave, men.
Permission granted. These men are now under your care, Harvey. Make sure that they live to see another day.
With one final salute, they all stamp their pavises in unison. Now, highly decorated war heroes. These pavises commemorating the siege of Druvenholm. Veterans bred in battle. Ready and waiting your command whenever you see fit. As you all say your final goodbyes, in a single unified salute from them, you see them off as they venture up the road, their colourful fish-guard pavises glistening in the sunlight, likely to be an iconic sight for all their future battles, and a signature standard for this newly formed and unified elite militia. You now have an ally you can call on whenever you so fit. Whenever you see fit, Liska.
Hell yeah.
I defies.
Power of fish.
The beacons are lit. Liska calls raid.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna watch them kind of disappear around the bend of the road, and then she's gonna turn back inside.
So you
Like a small smile on her face, and
yeah.
head on in.
As you just kind of turn back, look over the remnants of the pyres, around to those paying their respects to the fallen. Yeah, numerous families who have come out here, laying rest various roses and offerings. You notice a familiar figure, and he stands up from the rest because of his size. You can see dark reddish tan skin, a long black mane of dreadlocks, two large forward swooping horns. a mountain folk. This is Dravik Oltorva. Last time you saw him, he was drunk off of his arse during the celebrations of Patricia's Veil. But here, he is much somber and much more sober. You also see him in his armour. Thick, maroon-coloured plate armour with spined flourishes across his pauldrons and the helmet he holds to his side. Red gemstones decorate his breastplate, and a cloak of red drapes from one side of his shoulders, from one of his pauldrons. And he holds a large greatsword in front of him. And from a pouch on his side he takes out a number of small red flowers and places one upon the ashes of each pyre.
Interesting. Liska is going to kind of walk over. I feel like it's obvious where she goes because she's fucking huge.
Yeah.
And just kind of mild surprise in her voice, speaking demonic. I was not expecting to see you here.
Hello, Liska.
Hello, Dravik.
I'm sorry you could not meet me in more joyous circumstances.
It is the way of war, the way of battle.
Indeed. I'm a wanderer by nature. Born in the Dominion of Torment, I've seen my fair share of battles and war. Especially across the Shattered Shore. You're where?
No, so I was just gonna say, like, it is the way of torment.
Indeed. But it never gets any easier. Go where battle takes me. While I love to hear tales of heroism, valiance in battle, those tales are far and few between and often leave out the smaller details.
Yes, the tragedy that usually precedes and follows war in battle.
See, the younger races, they tend to forget what wars and battles entail. It's through no fault of their own, their shorter lifespans. Life experiences become distant memories, become myth, become forgotten.
I guess both a blessing and the curse in that regard. To not know to not have the memories of Eld to guide you on your path forward.
No. Small stories are less appreciated in the wake of glorious sagas told of epic campaigns. In times of war, those that are left behind are often forgotten in the chaos. I will certainly not forget the heroes who stood their ground here. I heard what you and your group did during the battle.
Just a minor thing. Taking out the general.
Kind of gives you a nudge in the shoulder. I'm sad to say what was not there to witness a glorious moment. But even if it may not mean much, you have my respect. I did what I could to help during the battle.
That has earned my respect. Like you had no need to help these people, and yet you did. That shows a quality of character.
It felt like the right thing to do.
It's Liska gives a very knowing nod. Sometimes you feel like you have to take care of the other races.
No.
They're like small children bumbling around.
Regardless, I cannot stay for long. I merely came to pay my respects. It was a pleasure to meet you once more, Liska Luma.
A pleasure to meet you, Trafakaltova.
I hope to meet you again. I hope to meet you all again on my travels in less solemn circumstances.
Yes, maybe more celebrations, less warfare.
Holds a hand out to you.
Liska will clasp it.
Firmly clasps your arms. Turns to make his way beyond the outer reaches of Druvenholm. Back onto the northern road, and just before he leaves, he kind of turns to you and says, "Oh, and take care of the small one. I sense we will soon live in dire times. Both she and what she carries are precious in a world that can be such a dark place."
Liska gets a very wary look on her face, almost instantaneously.
Kind of, as you kind of look at him, he thumps a fist against his plate. The salute. Turns to make his way off.
Liska is all the sus in chat. Liska is going to kind of turn around and very quickly kind of go back inside, and she's going to. Well, it works in the moment. She's going to try to use the earring to contact Vadmia, even though the character and the player don't know if Vadmia has an earring.
I don't think she has an earring, no.
Yeah. So, but Liska is still going to try to contact her. Like, Vadmia, has anyone seen Vadmia? And she just basically goes back inside.
Alright. As you make your way back inside, Vellum and Grunker, are you both here, present?
Yes.
Yes, I have
Okay.
turned.
You
That's the Vapid situation. I think if Vellum wouldn't just leave her by herself.
yeah,
maybe.
I imagine Vapmia's with Vellum.
It's just sort of. I imagine. Am I in range to get Liska's message?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah. Liska. She's here with me. Would something wrong?
Ask her if she has talked with another mountain folk.
Sure. Hey, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Liska wants to know if you've been talking with any other mountain folk.
No, just Liska.
Alright. We're gonna sort of back in hearing. Yeah, she says she's only talked to you in terms of mountain folk.
There is a demonic curse over the earring.
What does it say, even? Because he knows demonic.
Oh, I know. It basically is the equivalent of, like, let's see, what would be an effective curse that they might say?
Shit. Old dick face.
No. Let's see. Forget the name of. Is it Gabriel?
Hello.
Is what's the name of the? What's the name of the?
Gabriel is the angel that came down on the Mount Peak or whatever that first introduced themselves to humanity.
No. I mean,
Uriel is the one
canon.
that did the purging.
Okay.
Gabriel, yeah.
Of the.
Gabriel is the one who did it.
So he's the one that kicked out the
Curiel is the
demons?
one that purged. That's Curiel, the Archon of War, essentially. He's the one that we saw the wing of in the Hunter's Keep, and did all that. See, I paid fucking attention.
No. I mean, which one was the one that led the forces that kicked out what would become demonkind?
Curiel, hence cleansing of Curiel, which is what Audrey used.
Okay.
Kidding.
Is that right, Jenner?
He's the one that he's the one that did a genocide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Accidentally doing it.
So she's gonna say Curiel's tits,
I mean, I don't think about those sort of things. I leave that to the weirdos in the Commonwealth. What's wrong?
It's just a mountain folk I met in Lake Shadow seems to know a lot about her. It is unsettling.
I imagine, is Grunky around, Velen?
He's probably been looking for you, so yes, he might be closer than you think.
For those nearby, he has like a visible tension all of a sudden, and then just sort of calming it. Keep an eye on things like that. I've been careful not to give too much away or anything away about anything. But thanks for letting me know. I'll be a bit more wary around certain times.
Ask her if she talked to him in Lakeshire. She might not understand she might have thought you meant like recently in here in the city.
Well, who's him for starters?
And she's gonna describe Dravik. Like tall, like brown, reddish clay skin, dreads.
Tall.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Tall
deep eyes.
and-
Big old red spiny plates.
Well, I don't think he was wearing that in Lakeshire, but he
Yep.
might have been.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
Well, he will reciprocate this description. Did you talk to anyone like that in Lakeshore? Everyone was having that party and stuff.
Ooh, the other mountain folk?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, yes, he was nice.
All right. Well, what did you talk about?
Let me forget. He seemed friendly. He did not seem creepy, as if that is what you're trying to insinuate.
No, just talking to Liska about something. If you remember what you talked about, you'd let either of us know, right?
Okay.
Back once more into the earring. Yeah, she spoke to him in Lakeshire. She doesn't remember right now what about. Told her to let us know if she remembered, but
Well, he seemed to insinuate that he knew she carried the egg.
yeah, I feel like she wouldn't go telling people about. And even if she did, she'd remember something like that.
Well, that's why I am worried, fella. Because that means
Yeah.
that either A, she was talking, or B, he found out through other means.
Right, well, I'll talk to Vadmik about it. Maybe see if I can jog her memory about what she talked about, but yeah, we need to be a bit more careful about some things, because if I'm more worried about if he knows and she hadn't said anything, where the hell is he getting that info?
Yes, that is the issue.
Right, well, come on back whenever you're ready and we'll go shopping.
Okay, where are you right now?
Fuck it,
And
I
yeah,
just got
they say they catch up and they meet. Like, I
Yes.
don't need you to figure out what part of the city you're in.
I just got done with
they
that
get
too,
together.
I think, so I'm around there. I'll meet you by the shop bit, assuming there is one. I don't know. Dwarven,
It's a dwarven
Oh,
city. There's
still
going
weird.
to be something.
and, I don't know, hang up or something.
Well,
Right.
regardless.
Hang on.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sort of take a knee to get to Vadmir height. In sort of a lower tone. Vadmir, I know you're being very careful. The precious cargo, and he'll sort of give a insinuation towards, the egg. You making sure to keep that secret, yeah?
Very, very secret.
Alright, good. And he'll tussle at the hair before getting back up. Right, let's go meet up with Liska and get some shopping. Oh, hey, Grunker.
Hello.
Multiple
So,
places at once. Multi-dimensional beings.
He
Like
exists
Dracula.
in flux.
You only seen him once. At a time.
Schrodinger's gob.
Yeah. Hello. Just like the cat.
Oh god, no, I've summoned the cat.
Everywhere. Yeah. Wherever there's a cat, there's Grunker.
I mentioned the unholy name of Schrodinger.
You know what we need? We need to get Grunka some kind of item
Belt?
that can teleport him from rock to rock.
Like
God,
scrying.
Like
Rock
tree stride, but with rocks. Rock
Yeah.
stride.
Rock stride.
I'm down for it.
That'll be pretty funny, I'll admit.
Sedimentary stride.
That's a very ironic name.
Geostride. Okay. Okay. Oh.
What's that game, Geofinder?
Hold on.
Okay, so, well.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you can make shields, right?
Yep. Why, do you want one?
Yeah. Okay. Lucas is gonna take out this, let's see, yeah, it's in his bag of holding. He's gonna take out this bag of holding. And he's gonna open it up and he's gonna, like, reach in. He's gonna reach in, like, elbow deep. Even though it doesn't actually need to. And he's gonna pull out a bullet scale. An alpha bullet scale. And he's gonna go, okay, you make a shield out of this.
I could give it a go, yeah.
Okay. How about you make it like real cool?
Sure, I'll do my best on it.
Okay. Maybe like cool eye or something.
Well, I'll ask you if I have any questions about design.
Okay.
Fabulous scale. Alright, I've added
Yeah.
that. No, not kale. It's a very different thing.
Alpha bullet kale. Okay.
New
let's just-
super.
Yeah, let's just remove this. And then I'll turn it.
I presume that despite it being an organic material, I can still turn it into a shield, yes? Jenner?
Yeah. Yeah, it's this
Yeah,
cat.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
It's a
I mean, even have
chitinous
to like
plate.
attach it to a shell of something.
Like, it's a chitinous plate. You'd basically just bolt a pair of handles on the back.
Alrighty, I'll
I
add
mean,
that.
Duck is not wrong.
Yeah.
No,
it's-
definitely not wrong.
I mean,
Alright.
chitin is the closest we have to a organic metal with how hard it can be. So,
Yeah. So yeah.
Do you want it
Hello.
like a bigger shield, a littler shield? Like you want it like cover all of you?
I mean, what?
What? Out of character. I'm asking if you want a tower shield, a regular one, or a buckler.
What's the difference?
Tower shield is bigger and better.
But it makes you move slower.
Basically, yeah. Tower shield is +3 AC, but reduces your speed by 5 feet, and gives you disadvantage to stealth checks when you have it out.
Okay. And
Oh wait, never mind. You need proficiency in heavy armor as well as shields for that one.
oh,
Well, can't have
I'll
towers.
just do a
if
regular one.
I
He sort of just looks at Grug. He's like, actually, regular one should do you fine. Anything bigger
Yeah.
might be a bit heavy for you.
How dare you? But yes.
Oh, is
Well, I
that
mean, it'd be hard for
completely
you to
accurate
smash things if
statement?
you don't move very good.
Yeah. I mean, I could smash it with a shield, but yes.
all I'm currently picturing is Grunka holding a shield with two hands, running up to some poor fucking dude and just slamming it down on his toes.
That's the annoying thing. Apparently, tower shields are bad for that. Oh wait, they're better for that. Yeah, that's the.
Yeah.
You get extra damage roll.
You also
but
reduce
bad
your
damage for
movement
smash.
speed, which
Yeah.
you know,
All right.
I
Yeah.
might I'm gonna hit him like a folding chair in a wrestling match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so it's a regular shield to make from a bullet scale for Grunker then.
Yeah, I'll work on that in a bit with details.
Alpha bullet scale.
Alpha build.
All right.
Okay,
So-
and just make it like I don't know, work your magic on it or whatever it is you do.
Right. Let's see. What we could do here is kind of expand this over the next few days of working, selling your items. Just to save this becoming a shopping episode. You will kind of separate your different ways, tending to kind of emptying your supplies, your bags, trying to lighten as much load as you can here, as well as tending to your various crafting tasks that you've set for yourselves. Speaking of which, shall we head back to Sayun and Ongrin back in the Inventors Guild?
Before we do, and before I forget, I was gonna, besides that, looking for special metals. Like maybe they have some mithril, maybe they have some fucking adamantite, which is the thing Liska's thirsty for.
Oh yes.
I'm also going to poke around to see if there's anything that's fallen to earth in the vicinity over the past while.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it's unlikely, but chasing the rumors is a good course to go.
Me, I fell from the earth quite not long ago.
So
this rose from the earth.
This would
No,
probably
I fell.
this would probably involve kind of
almost on it.
this would probably involve scouting around the outside.
Not literally. I mean, like asking in like metallurgist shops and if there's just mainly the hearsay, like because dwarves live decent, and I'm sure there's some old fuckers who are just like, oh yes,
Sure.
I saw a thing fall to the earth a while ago. Oh, he sold it or some shit like that.
So go ahead
Heard
and
it.
go ahead and make an investigation check.
They sold that shit.
And I get help from this guy.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Hooray! Because brain smarts is not my goodest.
What, do we need to get you a headband of intelligence or something?
Double 20s, it did not matter. It is still appreciated.
You do venture to one blacksmith who kind of says to him. He kind of thinks to himself for a moment, strokes his long, luscious, black sooted beard, and he I did hear about some sort of light show going on down south, down the. I think it was down the southern path. From here, from Juvenile. Some sort of fiery light that was going on ahead. Probably during the battle, but not quite sure.
What, you mean the battle the other day?
Aye. From what I heard, a couple of scouts came back telling of some sort of glowing lights across the other side of the mountains. Like great swellings of fire.
And okay, you said south by the south.
Yeah, southern path.
To the southern path. During war. Okay, cool. That's helpful.
So,
thanks
as a
for the
reference for where that most likely is, let me bring you back over to the map.
Oh god, everything is loading again.
Yeah.
Basically, where they came from, in a sense. Down.
Probably here, this direction.
Can you give me like a? I know it's like. Can you direct me to the scouts that saw it? Because I could probably get a more accurate.
Right.
distance
Okay.
from them.
So you kind of with a 20, you are able to find the scouts. They're kind of conferring amongst themselves near the front of the gates to Druvenholm. Let's see. notes here.
Control F.
Yeah, I'm trying to... Okay, yeah. As you kind of as you make your way up to them, kind of listening into them, and you kind of talking with them yourselves. It seems that quite a significant force of ogres was approaching from the south during the battle. Found only after the battle took place. However, scouts report back that almost all their forces were devastated. It's not understood why. Only that when these scouts showed up to the aftermath of this battle, they found many burned ogre corpses, and the land was scorched black in long streaks.
Did the motherfuckers get pegged by a meteorite?
I think it's
The
more
luck
dragon.
on those boys.
I think it's more dragons instead. Long black streaks.
Well, I mean, hypothetically, an explosion could leave streaks, depending on if it's outwards or in directionals. Either way, it's something to event.
Oh boy, slow dragon.
I just like the hilarity of them. It's like, okay, boys, we're gonna go in, we're gonna mess them up from the south. What's that sound?
This reminds me of the fucking guy who got killed by a meteorite the size of a walnut.
Yep.
It's just
Fuck you up, man.
it came down and struck him right in the head, and he was just like dead on the spot. This is just the same case but bigger.
Can I get like a locational or a distance on where that happened?
It seems to be around the backside of the mountains, the mountain pass, sort of hidden away from much of the fighting. About a few, maybe. Hello.
You should probably remove all of the like tokens there.
Yeah, hang on. Probably about a mile to the south.
How long can I traverse a mile in a day? Would it be easy enough? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting miles not big things. Oh, sorry, my brain's a little burp today. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, I'll thank them for their time and whatnot. In that case, I assume like after the first day we like meet up for food or whatever and have an idea of what everyone's doing. Yes.
Yes, are we not going to... Are we not going to also look... Liska's going to look for adamantine. From
Yeah,
the same
Vellum
guy.
was looking for adamantine, but that
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of, got sidetracked by potential star metal sighting.
Okay, so go ahead and make another investigation check. This one led by Liska, I imagine, with Vellum's help.
I'll help.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Can't be any worse than mine.
Flat rolls. I mean, you say that.
Mine is-
It can. Hey, 16.
I mean, it's not terrible.
16, not bad. Let's see.
I only have a +3 to my investigation, and that's because I have. See,
Wait, what are you doing?
we're looking for adamantum.
Oh. Yeah, good, because follow language.
You hear,
That is more.
you do overhear that among various blacksmiths asking around town. You are pointed to a place that did at one point have a clump of adamantine to sell. Unfortunately, it looks like that was already bought out. Adamantine itself being very valuable metal, and this individual, this blacksmith seems to have made a pretty penny for it.
Who bought it? Give me names. That isn't in character, but I think we should inquire about.
Liska
who
is going to ask about that, yeah.
bought it. Yeah, there we go.
Like, she's going to go to the shop that had it and just be like, you had adamantine. First of all, where'd you find it? Secondly, who'd you sell it to?
It was sold to me quite a number of years ago by a procurer of certain artifacts. I think, if between me and you, I think you got it by illicit means. But I'm not going to say no to a valuable sale. He did sell it to a collector of sorts. Someone, I think it was a representative of the Explorers League.
Explorers League, not the Adventurers League.
Oh, the Explorers League in Doon Hollow. Probably wanting it for their collection.
Well, have you heard of anybody else in the town having adamantine? Anything like that?
Afraid not. I'm afraid not, Lars. It's adamantine's a very rare thing to come across. But we do see the occasional the occasional clump of it being delivered through here every now and then. Presumably, I imagine traders from the dynasty.
Where would the traders happen to converge? Is there like a bazaar or something around here?
Not around here, no. The closest place where you might find an adamantine smith.
Or not even a smith, just, a trader who might happen to have a clump of it.
There are the odd caravans of wandering curiosities that travel these roads. Some of those knickknacks might include adamantine statuettes. I believe that's a similar type of statuette to what was sold to me.
Alright then. Well, thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Sorry you couldn't find what you're looking for.
It's alright, it's gonna take a while to build adamantine armor, so...
Well, if there's anything else I can do for you, don't hesitate to let me know.
No problem. If you happen to come into possession of or hear a rumor about some adamantine, feel free to contact me.
Of course. Right. You're one of the folks from the battle.
Yes, I am. Part of the Defense Council of Mayland. All the fun stuff.
Right, fancy titles, official names. Okay. It kind of takes out a bit of parchment. Skull, Luma. Right.
With the U.
Luma. Okay. Right, I suppose you'll suspect you'll be willing to pay a pretty penny.
Yes, I will.
Righto.
For, of course, the adamantine and finder's fee. She kind of gives him a wink.
Of course. Well, that sees you off for the meantime. Takes a note, kind of sticks it in his shirt. You get the sense I could do some profitable business with this woman.
Yep, that's what she was trying to set up. So, she did it in Doon Hollow too. She's hey, if you have enough money, contact me.
Just trying to build up those connections.
Yep, you got it.
Here's my number, flexes.
Hey, you say that, but her flexing can bring up the morale of an entire army. So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We have canon instances. But yeah, and that's enough for me. We can.
All right.
I don't have anything else to do.
So, anyone else want to do any shopping before we move on to the rolls and sort of the time skip.
Well, what I was gonna say was, since we probably know what everyone's gonna do in the next couple days, so what is anyone besides? I know Angram's gonna be busy as all heckers. What's Sao doing?
Yeah.
She's gonna do some minor shopping and some crafting. That's why I sort of wanted the library, because I do need some information to work with, because I can't just make shit without knowing, you know?
Yeah, of course. Okay, so...
Well, in that case... Boy, I know you're excited to get onto your narrative points, but you presented me with some very tempting information not too far away. As we're all assumedly like having dinner or such, Venom's gonna sort of bring up the point. So, are any of you free to go on a short
Yes.
excursion? Well, thanks, Brooks. I heard about something potentially very useful down south, about a mile away. I wanted to look into. If any of you want to come along for safety and in case we find something interesting, then that'd be much appreciated.
Something interesting and heavy? Yes, I don't mind.
I could probably do with a small break, so sure.
Alright. I'll probably be heading out tomorrow or whatever's convenient for everyone.
For me?
That is fine for me.
Alright then.
Just one more thing before you decide to plan too much. Do you know where you're going, or do you need a guide?
Well, I mean, I asked some scouts where this thing of interest ended up, and it seems easy enough to find, so should be okay.
Sal just looks at Willem.
Look, if you must know, it's down on the south pass, around the back of that mountain we fought on.
Slow nod.
Now, I don't know if it is what I'm looking for, but there were words from these scouts about a bunch of ogres and such that got just completely decimated by something. Left streaks in the ground. There was talk of some fiery lights in the sky, so worth looking into if it is what I think it is. And if not, well, we can find out what the hell happened.
Are you gonna tell us?
I mean, it could be something that fell to earth. Is what I'm hoping.
Oh, it's a bug.
Bug? What?
Yeah, well, Lucas kind of like point up. Yeah, you know, one of the glowy things. He fell down. One of the glow bugs.
Maybe. But for all I know, it could be a dragon or something.
I
Until
don't
we
think
invest-
those are glow bugs. I think those are SARS.
What?
Well, everyone has different names for the same.
What? No, the actual bugs. Like they crawl around and move up there. Yeah. I see.
Well,
I've seen,
worth looking into
fell down.
regardless. If it's something that could have been a danger, good to find out. If it's not, and there's something worthwhile there, then we'll find out.
All right. You're gonna head out towards the area you appointed, yeah?
Yeah, like the next day, early on, so we don't take up too much of anyone's time.
Okay. Cat, you're not helping.
I just want to say
These
one
juvenile
thing.
folk
Like,
really
I
love
disagree.
a dwarven thing. They're just into cats or something.
I just
Well,
want to
right.
mention one thing. I love how Grunka, as the only one of us that has not, really
Energy.
any grasp of what is above world, akin to what everybody else is just the norm.
Yeah.
When we say star, he says glowbug.
Yeah.
Like I said, everyone's got different names for the same thing.
I love the
And
fact
Alan's
that
not going to try arguing with him about it.
I love
Not the same
fact that
thing.
something that is, oh yeah, like this, and then we all just go like, okay, that kind of makes sense, but not really.
So, as you all head down, spend about 20 minutes hiking your way down towards the southern southern path around behind the mountain, the Garen's Ridge Mountains, the mountain pass between them. Eventually, you come upon what looks like a widening portion of the valley, about maybe 200 to 300 feet wide. It's kind of you see the jagged spines of part of the rock formation sort of looming overhead to make your way down. You can see what looks like a small dwarven camp has been set up here. A number of Iron Guard are sort of running supply lines, tending to trying to gather what remains of these large charred bodies. Presumably what were once ogres, and you can see that they've all been kind of set into a large pile a large scattered pile off to the side. And as you're making your way down, one dwarf approaches you, Iron Guard. And who are you? I am Captain Dirthrame. I command the presence here. What's your business?
Well, we're Hammerstrike. Part of us with the Mainland Security Council. We fought in the war not long ago. You likely heard of us.
Right, I have. Right, I suppose you'll be wanting to know what's going on here.
Yeah, that was what I was hoping to find out. I heard reports from the scouts that fiery lights in the sky and all these bodies. Look at the pile of charred and splattered corpses.
Well, during the battle, a couple of the Eagle Riders came. Apparently, they saw some sort of great shape descending from the sky down into this area. And after the battle, we decided to investigate. That's when we found the remnants of a large regiment of ogres that seem to have been decimated by unknown means. You can see here, big old streaks in the ground, and he kind of points out what looks like again, you can definitely see now in person, massive, great big charred streaks in the ground. Just grass and rock has just been burned asunder. You can see where portions of the fire may have once been kind of scorched into the rock. You can now see in the place of rock, it's a black, glassy-like texture.
Important question, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Are these scorch marks perpendicular or outward?
They seem to be crisscrossing, like this striated lattice work of about perhaps 10 in total, and it definitely seems as though wherever these scorches have been kind of laid waste across the ground, bodies seem to have followed in its wake.
So, how long have you and your lads been on clean-up here?
Not long, perhaps all morning, into the rest of the afternoon here. We've recently just set up.
Besides the obvious bodies, you lot came across anything that might tell us what did this?
Well, I'm not sure, but one strange thing we are finding. Come over here. He kind of beckons you over to one of the large kind of glassy streaks in the ground. Do you have any idea what these are? And he's kind of points out towards the blackened glass. You can see what looks like small glints of ruby, like small flecks of ruby in this glassy texture.
So basically, just so I have a strong mental picture of it, it's like a very smooth plane of not obsidian, but obsidian-like consistency, and in it are like little chunks of crystalline.
Yeah, small chunks of like this ruby-coloured material.
And Liska Can Liska make a check?
Sure.
I don't know if this would be. I don't know if she's tracking or. Could you make a check, nature or survival, to be like, what could make this? Is a creature can make this? If so, like, what happened here? Where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Like,
I would say
because the Hunter's Keep that she's from specializes in dragons,
yeah.
and
Important to know if it's a dragon or not.
yeah.
Yeah. I will say go ahead and make to be a survival check.
Okay. Hopefully it's decent.
13.
13. You know
what?
I'm like, I was just say, why the fuck not? Because I'm not going to use it otherwise, and it's a new day soon. I'll use my Thread of Fate to re-roll that, and hopefully it'll be higher.
Oh yeah, that exists.
19.
You kind of look at it for a moment and think, this is very strange, and then you think to yourself, this looks very much like the mark of a dragon's breath. But what type of dragon throws you off? You are unsure. Definitely seems to be some sort of fire, but the flecks of ruby are a little bit odd, to say the least. But clearly, it's a dragon that breathed fire.
Liska will kind of crouch down and go through a whole spiel of like, okay, so you see at the type of angle that is going into and the heat that is required, like it looks like this was probably a dragon that is able to breathe fire as its breath weapon. The rubies are a little, that is a bit odd. Perhaps there is just some minerals in the ground that interacted with the heat, but this is definitely the work of a dragon. Are there any dragons that are rumored or that are myths that might live nearby?
Yeah, did them riders that you talked about, did they see anything like that?
One of them did mention some sort of large shape descending from the sky. But that's about it. Dragons nearby? Closest place that I've heard as dragons is the Whip of Fire. Maybe the Shattered Shore in Ragnarok.
Can I ask you a question, Janner? Does the color of the ruby match in any way the coloration of Dravik?
That is a loaded question right there.
That's interesting.
The furious typing and looking up of things.
Shit, I've been found out.
Right.
So, I mean, you know.
Okay.
Dragons randomly showed up and attacked our enemies. Already weird as it is.
But why do you mention dragons? Why would a dragon want to deal harm to these lot?
I don't know, Janner, why would it?
Well, until we can find out more answers, best leave these bits alone and do what you can elsewhere. Got some highly skilled folk in our troop here, so we'll get to the bottom of it and see if it's anything to be worried about. But if you and your lads find anything more or odd like this, or if they sort of, not saying they would have, but maybe kept a keepsake, because, you know, I mean, look at them, sort of like points at little ruby-ish things. Best maybe let us take a look at them before before we know what they are.
Well, you go right ahead. I mean, if you got any more information, if there's a dragon around here, especially after what we've been through.
Well, given the information that we have and the fact that it seemed to be very specific in its targeting, usually dragons happen to like to wreak just untold havoc. I think if it meant to cause damage, it would have likely joined in the battle. But it seems that is not the case, so I think it is either... I think it is either perhaps a territory thing, or... I don't know, I've heard rumors about things, but I don't think it is something that we need to worry about.
Well, I suppose it must have been a stroke of luck that I took out this group. This group not bit the dust. I don't think Drovenholm will be in as good a shape as it is now.
Well, I guess we just have to thank the fates that a dragon decided this would be the time to cause some havoc.
Either way, we'll keep taking a look around here, and I'll let you and your lads get back to work.
Right-o.
Liska is going to take her hammer out, though, and using the spike end, just like pry up a good chunk of like the ruby obsidian-ness and just store it away in her bag.
Quick question, Jana. You say the streaks crisscrossed. Is it just like lines and lines and lines, or is it like bursts overlap?
It seems like bursted lines kind of overlapping.
Is the Earth shifted in any?
Not shifted, no. Just glassed, if you will.
So no signs of any impact.
No signs of it. Impacts. Sorry, that's what you meant. Go ahead and make an investigation check. I'll guess with Liska's help, since you're both in this together.
Sal's here also.
Oh, Sal is
part of why I brought her.
Yeah. Okay.
Because she's the smarts.
Well, are you?
Sarah,
I guess the big question is: are you asking what people? Oh, yeah, you're about to.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's about to. Sarah, think I could.
I thought Sal was still in the tinker shop.
No, she said she had time. So
Yeah,
Okay.
sometimes when you tinker, you do need a break.
break's one of those.
And by that, I do mean like a break to go back through your process before you start actually tinkering.
Yeah, get some air, think about everything, and be like, oh shit, I forgot that, and that will make me.
So you don't perform fucking gunpowder forge.
Yeah.
Measure
So-
twice, tinker once.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I've got some thoughts here, but I want to see if there's any signs of I don't know, summit striking the ground. A lot of this is like glassed and melted. Think you could give me a hand? Your eyes are better than mine, and well, let's be honest, you're the brains of the outfit.
So just looks to Vellum, and then just slowly raises her hand, grabs her goggles, and pulls them down. You think so?
Oh, I know so. Let's get to work, shall we? And Vellum will help her.
All right. So Ewan, go ahead and make an investigation check with, or I'll say perception or investigation check with advantage.
What do my eyes see?
Oh no.
This has to happen.
Oh no.
And sadly, you can't re-roll it because it has
It was that
advantage.
last line. You just had to get cocky.
Yeah. You don't
Good.
see much beyond what was already pointed out, sadly.
Hold on for a hot second. Let me I just remembered something. I already get advantage for wearing these Eyes of the Eagle,
Oh, okay. Well, this might
as
help
well
with
as
what I do
it
with
does
my mate.
specify in the conditions of clear visibility, you can make out details on even extremely distant creatures and objects as small as 2 feet across. Would that also apply to close-up views, as in...
There is a specific. So, but there is a specific mundane item and magic item that mention that, and one is
Alright,
the investigation goggles, or
those are the ones.
Yeah, or the fucking magnifying glass. Those give you advantage on stuff. Like being up close, I think, is more investigation.
All right. Anyway.
Oh, question. Since hers already has advantage.
No
sorry.
fishing.
Well, I'm not fishing.
Okay. So unfortunately, you don't see much beyond what was already pointed out. Your mind is racing in and of itself, just trying to take in all of this information at once, and you're a bit scatterbrained right now.
Too many ideas, too little time.
Oh yeah.
I just got done with a huge mental binge. Yeah, sorry, continue. Tell me what your orc eyes see.
What do I see?
What I just said, you don't see much beyond what was already pointed out.
Okay.
She just sort of shrugs. I kind of see what you see here.
Well, do me a favor while I go talk to Liska. Can you check if there's magical in the area? Maybe something like that might be left. I don't know. Whatever you do to make sense of magic. He's trying.
Alright, I'll do my thing. Just. And Sao will cast Detect Magic, and
Alright.
you know what, for the fuck of it, I'm not gonna spend a spell slot, I'm gonna ritual, because that gives him time.
Yeah, I mean, we're here for a while anyway.
Okay. So as you spend the moment kind of chanting to yourself, casting Detect Magic as you realign your vision to see within the infrared spectrum of visible magic.
That's
as a
the thing.
Yeah, well, you
The we.
yeah, it's magic itself is very reminiscent of light in how it functions. There's different wavelengths of magic, and as you kind of realign your vision, you do manage to see this sort of the slight residual tethers of magic that are always present within the world. You know, magic. It's a lifeblood of the world. However, in some places they're more intense than others, and that's very noticeable within these streaks. It is very intense. It is very clearly some sort of draconic magic.
Nice.
Alright, I'll let Willem and Liska talk for a moment before I butt in.
It's
It'd take time for you to do that anyway, so I'm going to head on over.
It's specifically some degree of pyromancy.
So closely related to evocation then.
Sort of, yes.
Fire, go boom, make heat.
Certainly some sort of draconic fire magic.
Noted.
While that is being ritual cast, which takes a while, Valen's going to head over to Liska and sort of seeing her propping out one of the bits and taking. Smart. Probably get somebody to take a look at it, get a better idea. But while you're there, see if it might take a bit, but we're going to be looking into this anyway. So see if you can get all these as many of these little bits as you can. I need to take a closer look at some things. I'm going to get some out of the chunks here over here.
What little bits, like
The
glass,
ruby.
the ruby? Oh.
Yeah, the crystal.
I was just getting the
stuff.
Oh, I was just getting the entire thing. If you want me to specifically get the rubies, I guess I can.
Well, if you get chunks, I'm not going to exactly fault you for it, but you get what I'm. I have a bit of a hunch, but your dragon theory holds up pretty well as well, so best to cover all angles.
Well, I mean, we've seen this in the Hunter's Keep, so.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of faith in your judgment. Just going to be sure about a few things. And then he's going to sort of head off to his own little chunk and start digging out little bits for later examination.
Alright.
So yeah, we'll just take our time, get as many, if not all, of the chunks as possible.
Okay.
And Sal will do her doodad.
So, over the course of 10 minutes, you gather about 5 whole kind of ruby-like shards, and they're quite large shards, about kind of a fist size.
Sao then walks directly over to Liska, just sort of taps her a bit on the shoulder, because I'm assuming she's still sort of kneeled down.
Yeah.
Hey, Liska. You mentioned this could possibly be dragons, right?
Yeah, it shows basically all the indication of being a dragon.
Sao sort of pushes up her goggles and then just nods. Yeah, this entire place reeks of draconic pyromancy.
Oh, that would explain how it was able to melt the stone. This is a very, very high heat.
That's the thing that's bothering me.
What?
Sao sort of again looks around to the area and then looks back to Liska. Remember about Crofus?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean like, why aren't we in the middle of like a desert or something right now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, I think just from judging, I do not think that this is the same type of dragon as Crotus.
That's not what I'm directly
Elementally,
referring to.
well, not elementally or what's the word? Like personality-wise, I do not think that we are near its place of residence.
There was the green one.
Mm-hmm.
It had kobolds. Crofus also had kobolds. And Sao then makes a little bit of a gesture. If this is not its lair, there would be no kobolds, and there are no kobolds. But where would the dragon then be? How far would it travel?
I do not know. I have never seen this kind of evidence of a breath weapon. It's just that those... I don't know. As I said to Vellum, there are theories, there are rumors, but as it stands right now, we have fought and killed 3 dragons. Sorry, we have fought 2 and killed 2. I have killed 3, but we have also interacted with a dragon that was not like them. I think, given this, and she holds up the giant chunk of ruby, we have seen something very similar to this, have we not?
Sao just slowly nods a little as she thinks.
It's like, so perhaps, and again, just kind of given what happened here, perhaps we have a ally.
I do hope you're right.
Me too. It would be nice if, I mean, from the Grand Huntress of basically the dragon slaying Hunter's Keep, it would be nice if not all dragons are assholes.
I was about to say mounted on a plaque over a fireplace.
Well, I mean, that's always fun to do, but just in general, assholes. There's been a lot of tragedies and cataclysms happen because of dragons. It would be nice to have dragons that do not warp and destroy the world around them.
Yeah, well, maybe one of them can talk to us one day. He's sort of not sidling up, but like arriving from finishing his task, hefting his bag of holding.
Well, we've talked to one at least.
There is
another
one
that
thing
we
that-
might be talking to in the future.
There's one thing that sort of bothers me a little. And it's, again, just a thought here, but what if this is not truly a dragon?
Well, I mean, how do you figure? You said there's draconic magic here, and Liska's saying that these are a reminder of draconic behavior.
Again, draconic pyromancy.
You think it's something like it or similar to it, but actually dragon?
Wizards like a spell or something?
Perhaps, or something so closely related to something of draconic origin. Again, wizards can cast spells, and so can those of an innate casting ability. Sorceress.
I mean, I do not know. I mean, I know nothing about the magic, but like
Yeah,
you said,
kinda
it was
your
draconic magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean? Do you mean like it was a dragon that did the magic, or it was just a type of magic that dragons do?
Type of magic that dragons do, but it could also be draconic itself. Again, this is not my field of expertise or something I'm very knowledgeable of, but I do know what certain spells tell me.
Well, I mean, you know, if I feel like either way, it's a good thing. Well, I mean, so if it was a person who was just coming in and destroying all these gigantic, like ogres, then I feel like they probably would have, you know, showed their face or something in Druvenholm. If it was a sorcerer or a wizard, you know, people tend to want at least some recognition for what they've done.
Well, we've got some samples. We can probably ask the riders about that shape they saw, get a better idea of what we're dealing with. Either way, I don't think it's what I thought it was at first. I came out here thinking it might have been some of that, what do you call it? Well, they call it star metal. Stuff that falls from the sky very rarely. I've been poking around everywhere I go for rumors about it, but this is probably a good thing that we came out anyway. Honestly, these chunks are sort of the weird part about all this, because dragonfire melts
or something,
like.
Ducky?
Oops, sorry.
Might be a little jumpy with my leg, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is hearing like a faint toot 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 toot. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, I get dragonfire or even magic that's like dragonfire melting the ground here, but like you said, this stuff's not in line with a lot of dragon stuff, is it?
Sorry, who did you ask that?
Liska, and saying like the anomaly of the shards being in the dragon scorch.
Oh yeah, this is odd, but again, I've seen what a lot of the more heated sorts of dragon breaths do. So the fact that it has managed to scorch the earth is very common and very draconic, especially these strafing patterns. But the chunks of ruby are a bit odd amidst all the glass.
Yeah. Well, I'll make some inquiries when we're back. Oh, can you hand over the ones you found? See what I can.
I mean, you have, like, I want to keep it.
In my brain, how many did Liska pick up?
She picked up one. So,
Okay,
sorry,
sorry.
she got one for herself, and then Vellum's like, hey, can you get some other ones for me? And she's just like, yeah, sure. And she'll give you
Yeah,
those.
sorry, I wanted it clear in my head. It's like, no, I'm keeping all of these ones I found.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
she
sure.
would
sorry.
have given you those, but she has one that she's keeping for herself.
All right. She's already given. Okay. I thought it was just like taking back. Right. Well. Yeah. That's no problem. I'm just gonna try and find out a bit more about this source thing.
Well, quick, Jenner, where's the nearest Hunter's Keep?
The nearest Hunter's Keep. Probably be in Dune Hollow.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's almost like we did just attune to a waypoint of some kind.
Indeed.
True.
There is a waypoint in the Hunter's Keep in Dune Hollow.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. So, I mean, Liska's like, well, could go back to the Hunter's Keep, or a Hunter's Keep to figure this stuff out. Most stuff to do with dragons. Probably would be best to go to the Dune Hollow one.
Well, we got a few days here. I figure trip back there real quick, and we got them the Nexus or whatever it's called. You should zip us there and back.
So, mechanically, I'll it is. I will say. I'll let you know. Traveling to and from the place, it takes about a day's worth of travel. It's a day's recharge. You can only do it like once per long rest. Much akin to like the teleportation spell.
So we can teleport there, wait a day, and then teleport back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can certainly teleport back to the Dune Hollow Hunter's Keep if you so choose, and then teleport back after you've done your research.
Right. Well, we should head back and let everyone know. I'll probably go chase down those riders, get a bit more information, and then up over the Dune Hollow, I guess.
All right.
Any thoughts, Sam?
I do have my own projects I do want to work on, so...
Sure thing. Well, I'll let you get back to that, and we'll let you know what we find.
Okay.
And off we fuck.
All right. So I believe Saoyun and Argrim, you've both been wanting to do your checks for a while now.
Wait, is Saoyun... I'm confused where Saoyun's been.
I imagine Saoyun's probably coming back to the workshop now.
Yeah, I spent a few in-game hours out and about with Company and Co. here.
I don't even think you'd need that long, because honestly it's like 20-minute, half-hour there and back, so that's like 1 hour.
Yeah, but
we spent some time getting the sample,
talking, and I did the magic.
Yeah. So, like a couple hours.
Yeah. Awesome. I got confused on the time frame.
Yeah.
It's fine. It was a bit confusing at first because we were all like, "Ooh, things."
Yeah. Okay. How about Saoyun goes first? Because mine's a bit more like multi-faceted.
So, you want to do some research in the library, Saoyun?
Firstly, research, yes. Then later, I wanted to do a crafting thing that shouldn't take too long because what I'm making is a common item, and I do those at a quarter of time.
Yeah.
So
that shouldn't take much long. Any checks whatsoever. I will say the first one, you're searching through the library. This will be an investigation check with advantage. Because of the help, I imagine you're asking from one of the elders.
I am. And let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go! So, what is it you're trying to research?
I'm trying to research clockwork mechanisms and how it has been affected by magic, as well as, and now we go back to the cosmology thing, I'm trying to make a clockwork amulet, and the direct reference within the item description of it says it is powered by Mechanus, the plane of clockwork predictability.
Right, okay. So there's not really anything that would directly map on in this universe. So we could simply say it would be powered by a sort of metal magical fusion, this sort of arcane magic, if you will.
So I do want to take this opportunity to say that Liska is visibly wearing a clockwork amulet.
Oh.
Yeah, she bought it when she was like going to that mundane magic shop.
You're just typing.
Clockwork. I'm curious because I'm probably misremembering this.
Right, that's fine. I
oh.
got the cleansing stone,
Mm-hmm.
the bread of nourishment. I got the and
Oh right, yeah,
and
yeah,
the feather
yeah.
token.
Yeah. Back in Kingston. Right, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yeah, it is it is certainly simple enough to make a clockwork amulet. You're effectively following the where is it? Here we go. The blueprints of Cadrim Clockrow. Again, it's called the Father of Clockwork. He's a famous dwarven inventor, and again, he pioneered the widespread usage of clockwork technology. And some of the research that you find experiments with this sort of metal magical fusion of clockwork and arcana, and the inscription of runecraft on the cogs, and the various aspects of society that's used in. And you do find the necessary research you need to create a clockwork amulet.
I'm currently trying to picture the elders as I'm asking for this, and they help me find this, and I'm just like, I'm gonna try and make this today, and they're like, it takes a while.
Yeah. So some of the elders just should kind of give you a scoffing chortle. And they kind of stay with you as you go through these very old manuscripts of various aspects of clockwork technology. This would be your first day to do so.
Yeah.
Second day, what did you want to do?
Make the darn thing.
All right.
As well as maybe make a headband of intelligence.
So, if I recall from your artificer mechanics, this doesn't require any rolls, does it? You just spend the time to do it.
Let me just pull it out here. Magic item adept. I can craft a magic item with a rarity of common and uncommon for a quarter of time and half cost.
Okay. So it literally just requires some monetary expenditure and some time.
Yeah, but I'll do a check if you want.
No check needed. This is you just doing your thing as an artificer.
Is this the magic item adept, or is this? Oh, sorry. I mean, you're using magic item adept, but are you doing the? What the fuck's it called? The infusion where you make the magic item, or is this
I'm
you're actually crafting? Okay, so yeah, that should have.
Should it?
Yeah, it should have checks.
Ah, right. Okay.
It just means it's a lot faster.
Yeah. Okay. Just go ahead and make a Tinker's check for me. Considering this is a clockwork amulet, this is very dexterous kind of hand-eye coordination stuff here. It's like watchmaking.
So
I mean, it literally is.
Tinkers with dex, right?
Yes.
Normal roll, just double checking, and
You are provided throughout the next day you are provided the necessary materials to do so. A collection of small watch spokes and cogs are kind of set aside for you. seems they have spares of these lying around, and they kind of collect them in these small boxes. You're provided a number of small, tiny little screws and bolts, and you spend the day sort of hovering over this sort of a magnifying glass, gaslight illuminating your rather private workshop space here. And you've cloistered yourself in this alcove for the meantime. But you, after the day's end, you do gradually finish up your watchwork, your clockwork amulet.
Finally, I have it. And now I can actually use it pretty well with my rifle, because taking a flat 10, just adding my attack modifier, means I would hit on a 19.
Yep.
But it is once a day.
Yeah, but I'd rather have this than just a nat 1.
Right,
And
this... you have to do it before the roll, yeah.
So, remind me how long this took you again, at the quarter of the time? Hours or a day?
Hours. We're talking like 2 hours.
Right, okay, so you would have plenty enough time to create your secondary item, your headband of intelligence.
Yes.
So go ahead and make another. This would be more of a smith's tools check, and since it's sort of taking the form of very fine filigree, I will say dexterity.
That is also just me rolling with a 10.
18. Okay. It takes you a little bit longer to do this time. It's not.
It is uncommon.
Yeah. It's not your proudest work, but it is functional. You do gain some help of some of your local novice runesmiths, who see this as more of a project to sort of train their runesmithing skills.
Again, biggest pro of working together. You should get another person's point of view on it.
Oh yeah. And being a sort of novice runesmith yourself, you will kind of it's like when you're being assigned to a class project and you're sort of bouncing off ideas with each other.
Yeah.
And by the end of a couple more hours, you do eventually finish creating a headband of intellect.
Can I describe it for a short moment?
You can.
I actually had this in my head on how it would look. It would be a mix between gold and brass in a intersecting style pattern around the band itself, but in the style of like two dragons crossing in and over each other, but at the forehead point both of them meet and holding a like the image itself has a gem. It holds that between both of their mouths.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I do gotta put some style into it, because
Yeah.
I might actually just try and get a visual drawing of it later. We'll see.
Yeah. Alright, so you have your headband of intellect and your clockwork amulet. You feel like you could have done a better job with the headband, but it's stylish, it's functional for now.
It works. If it works and looks stupid, it's not stupid.
Yeah. Right, so anything else you want to do before we move on to Angrim?
Nope.
Alrighty. So, Angrim, to create your tools, I imagine you've been doing this for the previous day.
Yep.
Okay, so this is going to be pretty. This is working with grudge steel. You've never worked with grudge steel before. at least properly, this is going to be a series of smithing checks. 3 in total, I will say. The first check, I will say, it's going to be researching the various methods used previously when in using grudge steel hundreds of years ago, trying to recall the various techniques used during those times. Go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage. Yeah, kind of perusing the library.
I've hit the button.
Here you go. 19. Plus, no guidance, sir?
I did not declare it, but I'll say from this point forward, yes, I will be using it, since this is an important enough thing for me to, I want to be giving myself every advantage I have.
Yes,
I'm actively doing these things.
Okay. So
I'm not in a rush. I can afford to recast or concentrate.
Yeah. With a 19, it takes you a little bit longer than you anticipated. It takes you about the same time as Sayun does with her investigation check. You spent all day yesterday attempting to recollect the ancient lost knowledge of the famous rune masters and smiths during the most dire times of the Greenskin Wars, attempting to recall the moments when the Doonheart Forge came alive with the blood of the fallen Greenskins, attempting to recollect the information. How did these legendary forge smiths create the first Greenbane weaponry? And then you find passage after passage in a book which kind of leads you further down a rabbit hole as you start cloistering yourself in the corner of the library, books and old tomes towered high, as you spend countless hours and many cups of coffee through the night attempting to research this. And then eventually, Eureka, that singular moment of genius as you find the exact passage you're looking for. But you're very tired. You spend the night kind of racing images in your mind before you get up the next day and you're prepared to work. So, 1 success out of 3. Second one is probably going to be a... this is probably going to be just a pure strength smithing check. This is you're trying to make the bare bones of this smithing tool set. So go ahead and make that check for me.
Ooh, couple things. I sent you this in DM, but I'm going to say it here.
Oh, yeah.
In the morning when he wakes up at the ass crack of dawn, flask full of coffee, you would go to Liska because she is the one with the icon of fate, was it?
Oh, the icon of fate. Okay.
Muscles, yeah. Because he was made aware of it. I tried to use it in the battle. I wasn't attuned because I didn't actively declare. I did say it in DM, so I'm going to be doing that.
Alright.
And so...
Yeah, she's going to, like, pull it out, be like, oh, about time that's something you tried to use it.
Oh, I'm going to do some legendary smithing. Make the first artifact or something done in hundreds of years. Want to come watch?
No.
You can say no.
Yeah, no.
No.
I mean... apparently she's switching into Dwarven when she says this. No, I think that...
Let me say it in a language you can understand. No.
No. No, I think that's just given, smithing is really more for doing instead of watching. I think I'll pass.
Aye, that's fair.
I like how you
Okay,
committed.
well, see you at dinner.
You committed to the bit. Well done.
I appreciate. I like a new headcanon. When they're together and they just have direct conversations, if they're not worried about anyone else understanding, they just speak Dwarven.
Yeah.
It's just easy to slip into. All right. So I'm gonna do that. I have blessing, and I am inviting Master Spark to help me out, and also that way I have a witness.
So Grugnir Sparkbeard joins alongside you. You got a weird sparkle in your eyes.
I do.
Huh.
As this is the process of doing the basic things, editing everything together. And he does one thing, because I'm in the actual process of starting to work the basic iron to its shape.
Yep.
Arngrim, he's been using his beard oil that he got since Dune Hollow, and it's been, like, what, several months?
Yep.
How much has his beard grown in that, like, 3 months with this magical oil?
It's you're starting to get, I mean, not just a scrubble, but a little bit of a scruff on the end of your chin. It's starting to show.
Hell yeah.
It's like
and
like
it
a
is with
it's like a tiny little goatee.
tiny little goatee. Arngrim is, unfortunately, he's taken out his little grooming kit that he brought along, and very carefully, he'll leave just the moustache. But he trims all the rest of his beard.
Alright.
So, just the little bit of mustache there, but basically everything's gone. You see, ancient techniques talked about how it's difficult to work this because it's pure iron, more than pig iron. It's very difficult. You have to soften it, but strengthen it with something. Sometimes it's bones, but hair is made of much the same thing, and it works. And it's sentimental.
Well, it's a right unconventional technique, but shan't question it.
Hey, and if you'll just hold that with the tongs there, and you said strength check?
Smithing strength check. There you go. 19,
22.
22. Very nice. You work throughout the day, essentially. Bang, bang, bang. Just bludgeoning the grudge steel into its most basic shape. A set of tongs and a hammer off to the side. And by the end of the day, you are sweating buckets in the heat, and just your fingers are stained black with iron residue, and you are exhausted. And you do have what looks like a fairly rudimentary looking hammer and tongs.
Nice.
Could take some refinement.
It seems like... Yeah, it's definitely going to need some refinement, but I have the base.
With each,
I'm not going to work through the night, because that's dumb.
Yeah. Might end up suffering exhaustion because of it. So you head to bed for the next night. You're just head racing. You wake up the next morning, get right back to work. So 2 out of 3 successful checks. Let's see if you can polish it off with a third. It's going to be a smith's tools check with dexterity. This is you refining the shape, engraving the filigrees, engraving the runes.
I'm not good at these.
You do have advantage from Grugnir's aid.
Oh yeah. All right. Still blessing. Still icon. Oh.
19, 20,
23.
23 again. Very nice.
Seems fate is in your favor.
19, 22, 23. It's only getting better.
You ceremoniously lay the tong and hammer across the top of the ceremonial anvil here, wreathed in gold, as the various runes begin to glow light. You take your grudge thrower hammer. You kind of turn it around towards the small pointy end, and with all of your concentration.
Horn.
Sorry.
The horn.
Aye, the horn. With all of your concentration, you begin to, like a stonemason, lovingly chiseling away the finest piece of artwork across a stone edifice. You ting 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 ting, begin to engrave your very own sigils into it. And you watch with there you go. With each knock of with each completion of each rune across the surface of these tools, you watch as the anvil begins to shine brightly, and you can see the energy being channeled into these runes. And you watch this almost a sickly green energy begin to whirl and begin to siphon its way into the tools. You watch as various students, various elders begin to gather around this area. They look on in wonderment and awe. A moment of history is taking place here, as Arngrim creates the very first grudge steel smith's tools.
There's a question for you. Do I have access to magma?
You do have access to magma, right here in the foundry.
Very good. I'm going to need something fireproof. A vessel for a quench.
Hello.
Not you, but you're very good.
Okay.
So, what do you mean?
Also, thank you for being.
Hello.
This is Granka, my emotional support goblin.
Deepling.
Sorry, Deepling.
It's okay. I know it's
He's got a little vest that says Service Deepling. It's like a dog.
Don't touch. Don't touch. I'm working.
I bite when I'm scared.
Don't give me tricks.
So, you're asking for like a some sort of tools or tongs or cast
Quench tank.
Quench tank. All right.
Not a boulder will do. I'll make one.
Yeah. A quench tank is kind of given to you. Very large kind of slate quench tank kind of slides slid over towards you and filled with water.
When steel hardens from heat, it becomes bitter. It becomes brittle. Not bitter, sorry, too much coffee. It becomes brittle, but strong and hard. If you heat it again and let it slowly cool off, it reforms in some sort of way. You can see the grain change. It becomes a bit more resistant to shattering, which is exactly what you need in tools. The books were clear on this. They suggested a powerful fire, and there is no fire more powerful than that from the earth. So,
as you say this, a couple of forge hands assigned by Grugnir off to the side They begin to pull chains and levers, and you watch as a massive cauldron of molten magma is poured down into a funnel, across into a trough behind you. You feel the radiating heat from your back. There's this illuminated silhouette of Arngrim.
Oh yeah. It's the round shape, and you can see the curls of the mustache in the shadow on the wall. Sorry. Alright, in the trough. Here's me jug. As he pulls out the alchemist jug, turns the end so the spout is just pouring in the beer, the deep dwarven stout. We'll use this to quench. Be careful, it's going to be on fire for quite a while. And as the magma's there and getting hoisted, he's going to take the little razor of his grooming kit, and he's going to slice deeply into the end of his arm, and in with the alcohol throw some of his blood. We leave a bit of ourself in every work, and it serves a purpose to humble us. With that, he'll grab his hammer, just by the hammer, and he will suffer for his pride.
You heals for 20.
Oh, he doesn't need the bandage quite yet. He might want to hold on to that.
I'm holding.
Because, that's going to be useful. He's going to grab his hammer, and he's going to sort of prepare himself, and while holding it in his hand, he's going to quickly dip it into the magma and pull out.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me I believe there's a...
No baby bitch tongs here.
Wait, so question, because physics can apply here in a second. Is your hand covered in any liquid?
In the blood.
Okay.
There's it. Yeah, you see, you paid attention.
So the Leidenfrost effect takes effect here. Just want that to be known.
Remind me what that is.
So the Leidenfrost
You see,
effect is...
like, oh, you go ahead.
So the Leidenfrost effect is a special phenomena where if you have something covered in a liquid and you inject it real quick and then pull out onto like a hot surface, it acts as an insulator as it boils like away.
Oh, shit.
So like when you throw like when you splash a couple of water droplets on a hot pan and they kind of dance around the surface, that's the Leidenfrost effect. So it basically provides a barrier. I mean, if he goes in and holds it, it's gonna evaporate, and he's just fucked. But if it goes in and out super quick, like...
Hey Janie. This video explains this pretty well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Mythbusters did a thing where they dipped their hands into molten lead. They dipped in water and then went into molten lead, and like they came out fine.
You slapped the magma, it's fine.
Well, in that case, because
He's essentially doing that to submerge the whole thing, and then just holding his hand over it, not in the lava, really hardening the head.
right,
That
so
way, there's the slight imprints of his fingers where there's the heat treating difference.
yeah. So
there's one thing I would like to just make a note here. As Avon mentioned, this is a momentary effect.
Yeah. So, in that case, because you did your science on this one, I will say you take no fire damage.
It's okay. I don't mind even taking some of it, because his hand's going to have to hold it there for a moment, not necessarily
right.
submerged, but submerging the head.
Right.
So he's going to be getting maybe some radiated heat damage.
Probably.
So
Yeah.
I'd say it's...
half the usual magma damage.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that. That's
I will say then you take about 7 points of fire damage, reduced
Okay.
from your fire resistance to 3.
Well, I mean, to be fair, just throw the magma damage at me, I feel it's fair to take that because he's not trying to necessarily avoid hurting himself. He's doing the blood to help that.
Yeah.
It's also a sacrificial element. He just said sacrifice is important. So
yeah, that's.
I'm not trying to cheese it.
That's what I just did there. That's 2d10.
Okay. Cool.
That was a
then I'd take 7.
Stumbling into fire is what I used.
Tumbling into magma.
Works great. Yeah.
No, stumbling into magma's a lot higher roll. But you're not.
Yeah.
But you're just above it.
Yeah.
But regardless, you
Suddenly Grunka pushes him
do take the fire damage.
Long live the
Okay.
king.
Yep. I'm not really going to bother editing my sheet because that will be worthwhile.
so
But
much
yes, I do
emotional
get a little
support.
bit of the
God.
spicy fingers.
And as you
My emotions.
as you raise your hand back out with the glowing hot head of the tools in your grasp, the small flecks of molten lava dripping away from your hand very fast.
And into the quench tank with the blood and alcohol.
A great big cloud of steam erupts from the quenching tank, which bathes the area in just red hot steam. It quickly dissipates, and you pull it back out. What do they see?
It is initially blackened from the quench. And here is the second part. He has to dip it in again, make sure it gets hot, and when he pulls it out, he just rests it. He doesn't quench it. Let it cool by the air.
As you rest it upon the anvil, glowing alight with runes, you can see that the swelling of the runic patterns across the tools. And eventually, after a while, glow dims. The runes, however, remain orange, glowing orange, but not hot, seemingly enchanted.
And because I always will try for it, he'll mutter out an incantation in Dwarven and see if your man Gundren is willing to cast out a blessing. Fucking
D100.
yeah, give me the D100.
Looking for 10 and under.
No.
Yeah, that's the opposite. If it was 90 and above.
Yeah, that would have been great.
So, you
No, Fate's only the D20.
call out a prayer to Gundren.
Oh, that damn. That's a good thing.
You call out a prayer to Gundren, seeking his intervention for this moment. But you sense from the ether that you don't need his help. You are following in his footsteps well enough. And you sense pride.
Proud, but I must do more. So I've made this. Alright, I'm just gonna add... Is that done? Can I add that to the inventory?
Yes. Greenbane Smith's tools. With whenever you create a weapon with these tools, it gains the additional benefit of dealing an extra 1d4 points of the weapon's damage to any goblinoid that it strikes.
No. Yeah.
Right. Hey, then I'm proficient in herbalism kits.
Oh, healer's kits.
Yeah.
Sorry. Don't mind me.
I'm here. I ran out of
You're gonna look at it and see the ever so slight tempering difference in the shape of his hand where it grips the hammer. As it cools, you'll see, because he added the beard hair to this. It's, if you're familiar with Damascus, where it's got the little lines that weaves the pattern, it looks like that, almost like in a wood grain, where the long strands of hairs do things differently. You're gonna hold it up. Hey, this deserves a name.
Bill.
Bill. But not yet. Once it's truly finished.
Bill Nye the Hammer Guy?
Bingus. Thank you.
He's hammering deeply.
And hammering deeply.
It was an honor to help you.
Master Spikeweir. I couldn't have done it so well without you.
Look upon Gundrim for your inspiration. Inspires us all.
Well, now I must begin some work.
You mentioned there was
This is
something.
where it really begins. Wink.
You mentioned you wanted to do something else here as well.
I have the need to help Miss Sayun, my master artificer, with making something quite special. A mortar. She can tell you more. Well, I'm gonna go have lunch. Actually, hell, wait, no, it's time for dinner.
Alright. So, is it my understanding that you and Sayun were going to work on this mortar together, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So starting that after I imagine Argrim's had his meal, yeah? Or
Yeah, that works. Does anybody want to do anything since I just had a kind of long scene?
I mean,
depends, because we got like 15 minutes.
yeah, I was hoping
Yeah, I feel
to sort of round this off.
yeah,
Okay.
because Liska and Velum's thing is going to be a day trip, so that can be done next session.
Okay. I want to be considerate.
Alright. So, as you finish up your meal for as you finish up your meal, you convene Sayun and begin your preparations to create this prototype for the elders to take a look at. And Grotnir kind of leaves you off with, right, you have 3 days to make this prototype. Let me know when you're ready to begin.
Oh boy.
Whenever we need to.
Right, go ahead and crack on. I'll examine you from afar. So, this will be a series of 3 checks over a period of 3 days. Before I go ahead with this, is there anything else? Anything anyone else wants to do during these next few days besides Liskrin, Grunker, Liska?
Besides everyone else.
Yeah. Besides everyone else. Say your
I'm
piece.
gonna be crafting, so
Alright. So, first one is going to be an investigation check with advantage. You are researching various methods, various techniques used in mortarcraft, in cannoneering, essentially. The both of you are Grim and Soyan.
So we both make a roll with advantage, or
One of us, and I say it should be you, right?
Yeah.
all right, because that
I've
headband
become
of
familiar enough
intelligence.
to know where the books are, but you'll better understand this kind of work.
This headband of intelligence is paying off because currently my investigation modifier just jumped from a 6 to an 8.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
So,
So again, the brain got it.
following the 5 principles, the first 2 are vision and research. The first day is spent primarily within the library, gathering books and tomes on the history and mechanics of cannon warfare. You take
Comparing notes and ideas.
Oh yeah. You take particular attention to measurements and calculating the appropriate angles of firing, plus the amount of force and black powder necessary to fire a projectile at such a large distance. You jot down notes, refine your drawings, and begin to create an actual blueprint of your prototype mortar cannon. By the end of the day, you have a set of refined instructions for building both the cannon and the enchanted projectile, the appropriate amount of force needed, and the materials to use, exact measurements, etc. Let's see, second day. This is going to be this will be a strength check. Smithing with strength.
And that is where I'm gonna give it to Arngrim because I got 10 strength.
Yeah.
Alright, well, get those tongs ready. And of course, bless. I'm doing it.
Using the green hammer
Ooh.
stuff?
That's not so good.
That's not good at all.
Do you
Can the
Renovate,
icon
renovate.
of fate reroll?
I believe that's what
Yeah.
you imbued yourself with the icon of fate with. For.
Yeah. Like, God, I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, because I think it works differently than inspiration in that you can still re-roll if it's advantage, right?
The original D20 roll has advantage or disadvantage. The creature rolls a D20 after advantage or disadvantage has been applied to the original roll. So, yeah, you get to roll one more.
Cool.
Okay.
As in just a straight roll.
Yes.
So,
Oh,
This thing is still... It should still
channel the
probably
will
have
of
that.
God.
Wow.
another. Well,
1, 2,
wow.
3. That's actually really impressive.
Jesus Christ.
You did
So,
it.
the second day is spent hard at work in the workshop of the temple and adhering to the third principle of Gundren. You gather various materials and metals and constructing the base components of a mortar cannon. A number of apprentices who are very interested in this project for the purposes of their own research gather together and offer their help, creating smaller components like nuts, bolts, screws, reinforced wooden structure pieces.
I think what we're running into here, thanks to the rolls, would be a material failure.
Yeah,
Of some
yeah.
sort.
Many of the material pieces aren't coming together like you hoped they would. Some of them are mismatched and misshapen. There are a few messed up measurements here and there.
Too
It's-
many cooks.
Yeah, it's probably going to take another day to do this. And this pressure of sort of crunch time is now drastically approaching. So, if you roll exceptionally well on your third day, we could probably put that down to crunch time. However, you would suffer you would suffer exhaustion because of it.
Icon of Fate.
Yep, I'm gonna be doing that icon.
I also
Do I
want
need
to
to roll again? What do?
I just want to point out one thing. We're making a mortar to show off to a literal, congress of inventors, scholars, and whatnot. Sleep may be skipped for a day.
Yeah.
Alright.
You know what? I'm gonna try to enhance this. I can make crude shapes very easily. And I would argue that a cylinder would be. I can work up to 100 gold's worth.
You want to do your
Then it'll only take an hour.
right, okay.
My blessing, yeah.
For the purpose of smithing, for the next roll, I'm just gonna layer into it and use enhance ability on Arngrim.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, what does that do?
I can choose to give you a buff depending on one of the 6 different stats. Each of them, in basic principle, gives you advantage on said checks, with 3 of them giving you an additional bonus. Bear is for Constitution, also gives you a bonus temp HP. Bull gives you advantage on Strength, as well as doubles your carry capacity. Cat's Grace doesn't really need to be
Oh, wait,
there.
I have that even prepared.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I suppose
I have it too.
you'll be wanting Bull then. I mean, carrying capacity will certainly help you out there.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
It lasts only for an hour, but I got 3 spell slots to use, so...
Right, so working through the night here. In order to meet this
I'm gonna do
deadline.
that to catch up.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm just gonna
So-
use my ritual.
You will gain a point of exhaustion, both of you.
Noted.
Okay.
Right. So go ahead and make me another smithing tools check with strength.
And this is where I would want to reiterate, I use the enhanced ability, because currently with 1 level of exhaustion we have disadvantage on ability checks.
This is true.
So advantage from the spell cancels out the disadvantage.
Normal roll.
Ayo.
Yeah, it does make it.
You also have your guidance and your icon of fate.
Can I do something to myself?
Sure. What do you want to do? Greater rest. Oh shit.
Nice.
There you go. So, as you chant yourself, say a prayer to Gundren to see you through this trying night. This wave of divine energy rushes over you, and you feel completely refreshed, ready to spend that all-nighter doing, paying tribute to Gundren. Oh dear. Ooh,
Oh
yes.
shit! It has the component. I didn't
Yeah,
see
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Can I
just
buy
noticed
that from here?
I mean, this place
Because I have the wealth. Can I be like, listen, I need health. I need help.
You do. This place would, because this place imports various stuff from the mines of Jubenholm. I imagine you will be able to find some diamond dust. Yeah.
All right, it's been adjusted for costs.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Just,
Thank you for that catch, Aben.
No problem.
That's
I
the
always
first
forget
time I
material
used
cost
that one. I
myself
actually
too.
didn't notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always forget material cost myself, so it's understandable.
So there you go.
Material costs are a bitch.
100 gold down, but you feel refreshed. Ready.
Hey, 100 gold for a
The
war.
world's most expensive coffee. But trust me, lass, it'll be worth it.
It's like Arngrim's like Fry in that episode where he buys 100 cups of coffee.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he just starts glowing.
Yeah, starts moving at supersonic speed.
All right. So, you no longer have disadvantage. So go ahead now with advantage.
All right, another strength check.
Yep, strength smithing check.
All right, whole shebang.
What the fuck?
I'm so sorry, mate.
Icon of
I
Fate,
am
yo.
rolling a 3.
Yeah.
Icon
Yeah,
of
it's a
Fate.
new day.
Yeah, you do have the Icon of Fate.
Hey.
All right,
18 plus 7.
Sorry,
25.
Yeah.
20. Oh, that Icon of
Actually,
Fate.
because of blessing, it's 27.
27. 27. Oh.
Because bless. Plus 2 from bless, 18,
Yeah,
20,
yeah.
plus
Okay,
3
so
ability for proficiency.
You feel yourself beginning to fall asleep at the anvil again. However, as you use that small essence of fate that you find within your within your very soul, you latch onto that, and reality begins dashing before your eyes. Just you see alternate paths, alternate ways. You find that one path where you manage to power through this without effort, and you seize it. And you begin summoning your spiritual ancestors, who begin meandering about the workshop, and they also begin helping out, which draws even more attention. While it's not unheard of for Gundram's clerics to do something similar, never to this degree, and it is a sight to behold. In no time at all, you see before you a fully assembled, small-scale mortar cannon, approximately waist height to Saoyun. How do you describe this mortar cannon?
I think we actually have an image for it.
Ah, yes, you do.
I posted something a little bit ago in the party chat, but I imagine this one, well, it would be able to be on a wheel. It would be something that would essentially work on a gear system. You could turn one lever, and it'll click gear's teeth to adjust to sort of have sort of preset angles, making it pretty easy to use. Each one inscribed with a rune that would represent perhaps a number.
Yeah.
And then there would be a secondary gear that would adjust its incline. So you could rotate it left to right and up and down, and as each one would go through, you'd have 1, 2, 3, ABC, you know? So it's very easy to say, alright, I know that it'll shoot this far, that far. And let's say each number will be the incline and will represent perhaps how many hundred of feet it would shoot at that angle with Saoyun's investigation, prepared amount of powder for a shell of what size.
Yeah.
So that way the incline is how far, and the angle will represent that, and say maybe it will go in, I don't know how many different directions. That one can be a more fine gear, so you can really work on the aim.
Yeah. Very nice.
Again, a rough prototype is better than no prototype.
So after working throughout the night here, the third and final day dawns upon you. This is going to be testing your mortar on the outer walls of Drugenholm. This is primarily going to be a tinkering check. Dexterity, I will say.
Shall I?
Bearing in mind
Please do.
that you have exhaustion, so you.
Yeah.
Is it
But
the
I
next?
also-
Well, actually,
It is.
what's that?
It is the coming morning because you guys have been working throughout the night.
See, Janner, I do have spells that gives me advantage, so
That would negate it. Yeah. Make it a normal, and then you can use an icon and get effective advantage.
yep.
It's like
All right.
this icon is. It's like snorting cocaine.
When reality is at your fingertip. Alright. All we need to later then do is just assemble a fucking infinity machine.
Right, so go ahead and use that enhanced ability, I believe.
Yes. I'm just
It makes me curious about something.
boom.
There you go.
I'm picking, because formatting on it just turns it into a wall of text, sadly. I'm going to be picking the Cat's Grace,
There you go.
which... And let me just remind myself, what is it the Icon of Fate does? Is it before or after I roll? After.
After.
Alright. Tinker's
So you might-
Dex.
Retroactive inspiration, essentially.
Alright.
And I'm
Tinker's
gonna bless.
Dex is... I don't have... I'm not able to add bless to it, so just roll it and I'll roll.
Okay.
17.
17, not bad. We'll see what the guidance. Oh,
21.
21.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
third.
you could roll the Icon of Fate. Like, you have more than a 50%
You have a
chance of rolling
50-50
higher.
chance to get above, and
Yeah.
you can pick whichever one you want.
Alright, I'll just roll another Tinker's for the hell of it.
Okay, so
Okay.
21.
All right, yeah, so
Not bad, not bad. The
21's
third,
pretty good.
the third and
So
final
many
day is spent testing your mortar out on the walls of Drivenholm. Experimentation and iteration. The final two principles of Gundren.
Oh yeah.
The first few tests, unfortunately, fracture the shot. The short, stocky barrel of the mortar cannon, which takes a couple of hours to fix and reinforce with sturdier steel rods. Unfortunately, 21. It's on the cusp of that DC. This manages to fix most of the fracturing issues. Then it comes down to finding that perfect adjustable angle, testing out the adjustable gear cranks near the base of the stocky barrel. You experiment with detachable wheels and a winch-like system to make those exact and sort of millimeter small adjustments.
Yeah, because once we go to this distance, a millimeter one way or another can maybe turn into a lot of distance.
Oh yeah. You set out a target on the field, out in the valley, a small straw dummy in the shape of a hobgoblin. You pull the cord and thump! The first one misses. And the round, the explosive shell fails to go off. You readjust the amount of gunpowder for the second round. Thump! The third round sits there for a moment before you hear sending dirt and debris. Sends dirt and debris flying much further away. Very promising though it did miss. You go out into the field, set the dummy further back, and return. Direct hit. A small crater left in a dummy's wake.
No, he had a family.
Tomorrow's the day.
Don't worry, they'll get one too.
So, tomorrow is the day. How do you prepare?
Double check everything.
Oh yeah. I have a thought.
Yes?
Orcs. They're the ones that are the group that's most advanced with firearms.
They rival dwarves.
Okay. This is an important question, because Arngrim wouldn't know this unless Sao Yun has implemented it, and he has been able to see her weapons, right? Are any of your rifles actually rifled?
Let me just double check my notes, because I actually wrote this down at one point, whether or not I wanted to implement this. Let me just double check.
If they aren't, he's going to, I assume, retire to one of the inns for some drinking to sort of celebrate that it's working and thinking before preparing stuff, you know, the following day, which is current time. And I assume there's darts.
Yeah. There's darts. There's small dart games you can play by the side, by the hearth fire.
He's gonna see that, and he's gonna get the idea of having a tail instead of just shooting the round actual shell like any of the grenades or any of the, you know, shot balls that are common in everything in the primary stuff. Put a tail on it like a dart. He'll cut it. Here's a silver. Cut a tail off of a dart and try throwing it, and throw one that still has it, and sort of think like, all right, how much difference will this make? And if she isn't rifled, you know, he'll say, we could try this for our shells.
Yeah, I just double checked my notes. I didn't go with rifling because that was kind of more modern than what, you know, would fit Janner's level of tech. But upon hearing the suggestion from Arngrim, Sao just sort of looks to the dart, looks to him, looks back to the dart, and just, you can see in her eyes that there's this sort of, you know, spark of an idea, and then just rapid nodding. I think you're onto something. I really do think you're onto something real good here. Then I'm guessing we're gonna make some stabilized mortar shells.
Alright.
Basically, so they don't deviate as far.
Okay. Let's see. I imagine this would be a Tinker's Tools check with strength.
To make the shells?
Oh, so I thought you meant just making some of the fins to attach onto the shells. My bad.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I got confused there.
So you want to make some brand new shells?
Yes.
I mean,
Right.
look, retrofitting existing shells is one way of doing it if you're under time pressure and you can't make new shells.
And I'll make it even easier. Give me 10 minutes. Get me the old shells.
Oh, there you
and
go.
bring me the blueprints.
You get both.
Alright.
Both
Throw
for
that down. Grab some of the iron that he has with his steam hammer. So he's got additional good quality iron with it. He's got the blueprints so he can see it. He knows what they look like on the inside. He can imagine the fine details. And
There you go.
he's just gonna make them.
There you go. Forge cleric to the rescue.
Oh yeah. And that eliminates any smithing errors in the shells. Because they're just...
It's kind of ironic that I think I also get fabricated later on as a artificer, but due to me being half-caster, I don't get it until like way later.
14 or something.
All right. So you've created some aerodynamic shells.
Yes.
So, as the next day comes, the day of your presentation to the elders of the Inventors Guild has come. A small crowd of students and curious engineers gather here outside of Druvenholm.
Of course, I'm going to invite the Hammer Strike.
Of course.
Gotta do that. I'll also invite the king, since I talked to him about that. It's a bit presumptuous of me, but if he wants to show up and be like, check out what we can put on your walls.
He does gladly join.
Hell yeah. Nepotism.
A small crowd of students and curious engineers gather. The chief royal engineer, Grognir Sparkbeard, King Kazad Runemaker, and also Queen Mara Freefeather watch from afar, as well as the rest of the Hammer Strike, as you wheel. This strange contraption emerges into view from inside the massive front gates of Druvenholm, out into the courtyard. The remnants of the burned pyres are still present and are being kind of left there for the meantime to allow the families and the fallen to mourn. So instead, you make your way with an entourage of Iron Guard out into the grassy fields atop the plateau overlooking the valley where the Druvenholm cannoneers had fired from during the battle.
Right.
Do you unveil the mortar cannon with a flourish? How do you two pitch this new invention to the elders of the Dwarven Inventors Guild?
Do you, or...
Do you want me to? Do we want to do a combined thing? Arngrim will have the thought of, like, the point of this is so you don't have to have the incredible training. He's thinking, let's fire it, show him how it works, and have some dummies set up at different range, and then pull on some militiaman and just show him how it works and have him fire it and prove that literally anybody can do this if they can drop the mortar in and they can read Dwarvish runes.
Yeah, that's basically the idea I was going for, but with like a back and forth where we each say a thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah, that works.
Do you want to roleplay that, or should we just skip ahead?
We're already over time.
Yeah.
Or we could, So we could skip that if we want. This is just the end result to see if it works.
Alright. So the students among the crowds are awed and amazed at this show of this very simplistic black powder pyrotechnics and immediately begin taking notes. Some of the wizened elders struck their long beards in contemplative thought. Most are wide-eyed at the sheer range of this invention, at the ease of which it functions. One elder comes forward and asks, I have some questions. How expensive are these to build? How long do they take to reproduce? What's the process involved in the construction of the barrel? Surely, if short enough times, with such force, the barrel's likely to fracture, no?
Sal sort of pipes up on this end. Well, this prototype was built over the course of 3 days. And the first of the days we spent mostly going over the blueprints and making small iterations as we did our research more proper. Then on the second and third day we did pull through a bit of a night, but all in all, about a few days work, given we were a bit rushed.
And which is another elder interjects. They say, the time and the manpower to construct an army of these things, such a project would be astronomical.
But consider this, if I may.
Go ahead.
You would not need an army of this. What you would need are maybe 20. Maybe 20, 30 piece stationed in stationary battlements.
You know, not everyone is as skilled as you lot with the magic and another elder, this one slightly younger than the others, kind of just interrupts and goes, Our town just experienced the single worst battle since the times of the Greenskin Wars, and the greatest single loss of life in decades. Personally, I think this shall be a grand force amplifier, a perfect defence measure against the Greenskin menace. Who here agrees? You watch as pretty much all of the students' hands go up, and you hear a resounding aye. Aye, aye. One elder's hand goes up. And then another. And another. 5, 10, 15, 20 hands go up. Of those 5 elders that refuse to put their hands up, you certainly gather the types of people they are, Arngrim, with your passive 17 insights. Old, stubborn, sort of curmudgeonly types that are resistant to any sort of change, no matter what it is.
Then
They
I will
are
try to appease.
They are also likely concerned about cost and resources in the wake of the battle.
Arngrim will attempt to appease them. By actually, rather than smooth talking them, he's going to go over the process. Gonna try and flex, not so much the fancy numbers, but the practical truth of what this is. You're right. The barrel can split. We experienced that on our first testing. So we've considered the failures and we've reinforced them. As for cost, it does use quite a bit of iron, but nothing crazy expensive. Basic pig iron will work, and you can reinforce it with bands here and here. That's where the pressure is. And then, as for man time, yes, this took 3 days. However, I was able to use a bit of higher magic to reinforce it. But I didn't have casts. If we dedicate the initial time to create the cast, to be able to simply pour and forge this together, then you will be able to have a blueprint that will take away the incredible manual labor. All it will need is a skilled overseer, like an elder, so this will actually work better with fewer people. You won't have to have the master engineers working constantly at the hammers. You'll just need someone intelligent enough to watch over the lads below them, just pouring buckets of hot iron. As for costs, it's how much a metal is worth for you. It shouldn't be too bad considering this is a mining town. If I'm right, you have a little bit of erudite, you have a lot of gold, and you have iron. Look how red your heels are. You can send a lad to a surface anywhere, scoop it out, you'll be able to make it work. It's designed to be nowhere near as expensive as training a cannonman. You can make one of these and have a crew in the time it makes one cannon, and to train the lad to be able to shoot that thing well. It's not meant to replace him. This is meant to supplement.
Which is one of the old, more conservative elders kind of strokes his long, kind of aged white beard, braided in all manner of patterns, denoting his station. The lad speaks some sense. I think this could be the turning point in our war against the Greenskins.
This is where Sa would sort of do a quick pipe up, and to add to the idea of supplementing cannoneers, a mortar here cannot fire directly. It is limited by its own range and indirect fire. This is where the cannoneers excel. You point the cannon and you know where you're gonna aim. With this, well, she sort of holds up her notebook with the calculations. It takes maybe a little more to know exactly where you hit. But it is still trainable.
And it'll take some time to train a new regiment. Timing might be slim on, but it might be possible.
If you can get one engineer to get these into place, do a wee bit of math, or in worst case scenario, some test firing, you can mark where each shell will hit. You see this here, I got the numbers for this, for its incline, and for its radial direction, you have the letters with the runes. So, say you have that dummy there, right? We've set him up, so he's at the 2nd and the 4th of each rune respectively. If you know that's where he is, you won't have to do any math. You intern, over there, little lad.
Right.
Come over here and click those gears into that place.
Right, okay.
You can read them, can't you?
About 3 degrees to the west, about 10 degrees north.
Exactly. All you got to do is read the runes on there, and you're aimed.
Can I try it? He seems very giddy and very eager.
Eyebrow raised to the skeptical elder. You want to see what 30 seconds of training will do?
There's a defeated sigh and a... Alright, go ahead.
Alright. He will step forward, hands behind his back and everything, tiptoeing. One hand will gesture to Sao Yun to give a shell. As he goes back, Sao Yun, you can see his fingers are crossed behind his back.
Yeah. Sao will follow along and hand over the shell. However, she won't load it, because this is where, a short introduction goes a long way. She just holds out the shell and tells the intern, "Alright, here's your shell, load it in."
Gosh, a bit weighty. Right, what, in here, in the barrel?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now remember, that end goes in first, this end points outward, okay?
Oi. Kind of, slowly, kind of gingerly sets it in, and it kind of rolls into place. And I just crank here, right?
Mm-hmm.
He watches the entire barrel begins aiming toward northwards, towards the target dummy that you've set out in the field there. And this chain ignites it, right?
Hey?
There's a nod.
Might want to cover your ears, everyone.
Sal takes a few steps back before covering her own ears.
Everyone covers their ears. And let's see. I imagine this would probably be an attack roll, or rather, no. This would be. This is the first actual firing of your mortar cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I will say. Go ahead. Go ahead and roll a Tinker's check with dexterity for with intelligence.
We actually have something that he considered.
Yeah.
Let me send you this.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is instead of rolling the d10s, we've thought about it as rolling as a d9, and whatever number you roll represents, assuming 5 on like a number pad is the center of the target.
Right.
You just roll a d9, and that shows you where it hits.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote this entire thing out, and I just decided to go with standard D&D. But
okay, so this would be a simple attack roll then.
it's much simpler because you just roll a straight dice.
You just roll a d9, and that's where it is. It hits next turn.
All right. So go ahead and one of you roll a d9 for me.
You want to do it?
Sure.
Sorry,
I'll do it.
roll 1d10 as it says. There we go.
1d9, not a d10. Yeah, we corrected that because rather than doing it in doubles, if you see numpad how it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh yeah.
Imagine 5 on the numpad is a direct hit.
Okay.
A 1, so that is
Just one
diagonal
blow into the left.
downward from target.
To the left.
Yeah.
All right. Lands right next to the target dummy. And you kind of cross your fingers.
Sal nods. There is a margin of error.
As it detonates, sending the target dummy flying towards the this would be the northeast.
East.
Yeah. As just straw flying every which way, sundered clothing just scattering across the ground as it rolls to comes to a stop, charred and cindered and burnt. There is
Then again,
polite golf claps from all the students and some of the elders as well.
and then Sal just mentions again. Like I mentioned, there is a small margin of error, however, and then she gestures outward towards where the target was. A direct hit may not need to be that accurate.
That's why it's an explosion. Plus, wind takes its course in all things. Even darts. Winks to Salyun.
Alright, I'm impressed. I will get on board with this. All of the other elders kind of turn to him with a smug look. And Grogner Sparkbeard steps forward. Then it's settled. Provided you two grant the Inventors Guild the right to replicate the blueprints for the for this mortar cannon, which I'm sure the Crown of Druvenholm will be happy to compensate you for. Kind of nods over to King Kazadru Maker, who nods back, thoroughly impressed by the display.
Of course.
Production of these
One condition.
Oh.
Only for the use domestically of the Silver Kingdoms. Not export. And need to keep it secret.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
We can secretly have these scattered throughout the mountains, strategically, in little tunnels. Or they can be put on these wheeled carts. Imagine just a little hidey hole up there where somebody could shoot, and if anybody finds them, close a little latch and just push it back to the safety of the mountain home. It'll be a long walk for the lad, but, well, it should work. Or forts and positions.
Very well. It shall be done. Production on these mortar cannons shall begin immediately.
Fantastic.
Gazard, Runemaker, steps forward and addresses the crowd. As your king, I should like to commission 20 mortar cannons to be stationed across the walls of Druvenholm. No less. They shall function as deterrents, shall we say.
And this is where Sal sort of nudges a bit to Arngrim. I just realized we could use minecarts to transport ammunition to and from mortar stations.
Exactly. I said that before. That's why they're on rails. You just use a minecart to push it if you need to. It doesn't even have to be a big one.
But imagine this. Smaller version of your steam tank's engine on the minecart.
That'd be very expensive and complex.
I agree, but you load them up, send them their way, reaches the station, crew there unloads, sends it back.
I like it, but
Again,
let's let him warm up to this first.
I agree.
So, you will venture back into Druvenholm and back into the Temple of Gundrum. The appropriate papers are signed. Compensation of 2,000 gold is given to you for copies of the blueprints, and a couple of ideas are thrown about for the names of this new invention. This strange new iteration of the once mundane cannon that could potentially revolutionize artillery warfare. If you have any suggestions, feel free.
I don't really have any suggestions or ideas currently, but I do want to make one point here. Artillery was a changing in, warfare, but it also meant like a very different style of warfare compared to, say, just cannons.
Meta,
That's
also
mentioned,
why I'm saying keep this a secret, because that way the world doesn't know in advance. This is like black box tier. No.
Yeah, which is also one thing I remarked on. A mortar has the bonus of just indirect fire at longer range compared to cannons, whereas cannons have the advantage of literally just you point, you fire, and you can actually see where you're gonna hit, kinda.
Yeah. So there's a few suggestions for names are thrown about here and there, but we can come back to that later. The blueprints are shown to a gathering of the veteran engineers in the workshop, and work begins on creating the very first full-scale mortar cannon. As you all retreat to your various businesses for the day, we'll finish off there.
Fantastic. You can just go ahead and cut it now, because we're the only ones left.
Yeah. Wait, what? Oh shit, everyone else left. Okay.
Yeah, we're all...
Yeah. Okay. Guys, I'm going to stop. 3, 2, 1.